We will begin with our Pledge of Allegiance and roll call. And we also have our land acknowledgements. We recognize that the Mount Diablo Unified School District sits on the territory of the Confederated Villages of Lisjan, the ancestral and unceded land of the Bay Miwok and Northern Yokut, the successors of the sovereign Verona Band of Contra Costa County. As members of the MDUSD community, it is vitally important that we not only recognize the history of the land on which we learn, but also we recognize that the land we inhabit and learn on is the ancestral land of these people who are alive and flourishing members of MDUSD and broader Bay Area communities today. We will begin with roll call. Vice President Mason.
Here.
Trustee Mayo.
Here.
Trustee Fowler.
Here.
Trustee McFerrin.
Here.
And Trustee Nzewi.
Here.
And I am also present, so we are all accounted for. And I see that we have translation available. Would you like to come up to the mic? Thank you so much.
Buenas noches, damas y caballeros. Esta noche vamos a otorgar los servicios de interpretación al español. Si quieren escuchar esta junta en español, por favor, acérquese al escenario donde está el maletín negro para recibir el aparato. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. All right. Okay, so review and potential approval of the agenda. Members, do we have any changes to the agenda at this time? Don't believe so.
I
Motion?
make the motion that we accept the agenda as presented.
Thank you. Motion by Trustee Mason, second by Trustee Mayo. Mason, Mayo. Second by Trustee Mayo. All right, we'll take that to a vote. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
And I think we are getting the electronic voting underway here. Is that working? The motion was by Trustee Mason and second by Trustee Mayo. Okay, there it is. Thank you. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Okay, so report out of our closed session. Item 7.1, negotiations. The board may discuss negotiations or provide direction to its representatives regarding represented employees pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The board received information and provided direction. Item 7.2, there was no item covered under 7.2. 7.3, readmission of student 7-18 to regular schools in the Mount Diablo Unified School District. In closed session, the Board of Education approved 5-0 the recommendation for readmission of student 7-18 who met the conditions of her rehabilitation plan. Item 7.4, confidential student settlement pursuant to Ed Code 35145.51 case. The board in closed session voted 5-0 to approve the agreement as presented and recommended by staff. Item 7.5, confidential student settlement pursuant to Ed Code 35145.51 case. The board voted 5-0 to approve the agreement as presented by staff. And that takes us to public comment. The public may address the board regarding any item within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education of the Mount Diablo Unified School District that is not on the agenda. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes each, or a total of 30 minutes for all speakers, or the 3-minute limit may be shortened. If there are multiple speakers on any one subject, the public comment period may be moved to the end of the meeting. Speakers are not allowed to yield their time. For those new to this, Just know that we on the board cannot engage in discussion with a public comment since the rest of the public was not notified of that topic ahead of time as an agenda item. So please understand that we carefully listen to your comment, but generally will not respond other than perhaps to ask a clarifying question. Staff may follow up and the topic may be added to a future board agenda item if needed. Okay, so with that, how many public comment cards do we have for 8.1?
Over 30. Well over 30.
Okay, all right. All right, so it looks like we have over 30 comments this evening. So in order to be able to get to the business of our meeting, let's shorten it. But let's give everyone 2 minutes. Is everybody okay with that? I want to make sure people have a chance to be able to speak a little longer than 1 minute. Okay. All right. So that this will take longer than the 30 minutes expected, but hopefully we can get through them all and make sure that the public is heard. Okay. There you go. Okay, so we will start with Trisha Collins, followed by Brenda Duenas.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good evening, board and Dr. Clark. I'm Trisha Collins, teacher from Silverwood Elementary. The district's offer of a 6% raise over a 6-year period from 2018 to 2024 is an embarrassment. Looking at the COLA increases that the district has received of 12% for the last 4 years, plus the newly released figures from the LAO of just under 9% for the next 2 years, for a total of 20.88%. So the district receives a raise of 20.88% over a 6-year time period, but only offers its employees 6%. 6% doesn't even cover inflation. Not to mention the 9.6 million the district saved when 100 teachers were cut 2 years ago for that 5.5% raise that we were cheated out of. What is the district doing with all of this money? We are not seeing it, nor are our students. We need livable wages. And then I want to share something from a special ed teacher at my school, Terry Houston. She says, I want the board to know that I broke my ankle because I have no support in special ed, and I only broke it because I was chasing my student around the playground that should not be in my class. Thank you.
Brenda Duenas, followed by Alyssa Juarez.
Trustees and Dr. Clark, I need you to see us. I need you to value us. Please listen to us. We do not need platitudes. We do not need empty thank yous in an emailed newsletter. We need you to put your words into action. The last 2 years have been immensely difficult. Educators had to turn literally in one day to a whole new world of teaching. Many of us not of the technological era and had to learn the platforms while we use them to teach. Then we had to disrupt our family lives by Zooming from home. Then a year of Zoom being able to use our classrooms, but followed by hybrid teaching. Now we're trying to navigate learning loss and trying to bring these kiddos up to grade level. We are working hard. We need and deserve a salary that allows us to keep up with the rising cost of living. You agreed to a 5.5% and then took it back when the pandemic hit. Our salary at MDSD is lower than other districts. We are the lowest paying district in the surrounding area. Your offer of 7% over a 5-year period when COLA increases by 19% is deplorable. Then Dr. Clark, using your position to put out false information and bargaining information that we as teachers are not allowed to, is despicable. So please see us. Please value us. Please hear us.
Melissa Juarez, followed by Melissa Pritchard.
All right, I'm going to read fast. Tonight, you will be presented with budget information that is rife with inaccuracies. Question the numbers that are put before you, such as where did the district come up with a 2% cost for step and column increases? I haven't had a step and column increase in over 5 years. And I know I'm not alone. I've topped out of my column. I cannot afford the thousands of dollars I would need to spend in order to jump up the next column on the pay scale, nor do I have the extra time those classes would warrant, as almost all my time is spent at this job. And honestly, I'm lucky that I only have to do one job. So when the district tells you that Medea members have been receiving a raise every year, that is simply untrue. And with inflation and the increase to our medical benefits, I'm actually getting a pay cut. I know that I'm an educator because I love students. I love working with them and showing them the joy that comes from reading, but I can't pay my bills with love. If you believe that we were deserving of a 5.5% raise from the previous 3-year contract, then it makes sense that you should be offering us 11% to start with. And with receiving a COLA increase of 19% over the next 5 years, you have the ongoing funding to afford it. Stop blindly accepting the numbers and figures the district puts before you and ask questions. Isn't it alarming to you that the district has a CBO to handle our finances, yet they have such little faith in her that they had to hire an outside financial firm to try to ensure that the numbers they were getting were correct? Or what about the fact that the CBO projected an 11 million deficit last year, but the reality was a 40 million surplus? And if you go back over past year's budgets, it's the same story. Our financials are never as bad as the district paints it. Please respect your teachers' work, time, and expertise. Demand that your bargaining team make a reasonable offer and tell them to stay at the table until the contract is done. Stop dragging out this process. If this is a self-focused year, the emotional damage you are inflicting on your teachers belies the idea that you actually care about our well-being. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Teachers' working conditions are our students' learning conditions. I can't teach in a toxic district.
Melissa Pritchard. Melissa Pritchard. I don't know if people can hear me or not, but Melissa Pritchard, followed by Denise Marks, followed by Craig Yen. I'll just say that while I can. Thank you.
Hello, board and Dr. Clark. My name is Melissa Pritchard, and I am the office manager at Valhalla. I have a bachelor's degree, although that does not matter at my position. I started out as a secretary and was promoted to office manager last year. In 2019, I spoke at the board meeting and I told you about the story of when I was at Safeway using WIC, the Women, Infants, Children Assistance Program. And I was berated by a man in front of dozens of other customers for not having a job. Yet I was a secretary at Valhalla. Now, I'm still on assistance as the office manager. My wage is still low enough that I qualify for assistance with the government. No employee of the district should have to depend on government assistance and support. In the last over 2 years, nothing has changed. In fact, instead of a pay increase, my hours were threatened of being lowered. Did you know that my son would qualify for the HOPE program because we're displaced, living with other family because my take-home pay is so low that I can't afford my own apartment? Just think about that for a moment. Your own MD USD employee can qualify for the HOPE program because my salary is so low. I just want a living wage. I want to be able to afford an apartment, food, and electricity, things that every human should be able to have. I would also like to point out that although I am appreciative that the district offers health insurance, the premiums are the same, whether you are the superintendent, a secretary, office manager, janitor, teacher, it doesn't matter. It's a blanket rate. It should be based off of your salary. If I wanted to have anything other than Kaiser, it would take almost half of my monthly pay, whereas positions higher than mine would cost them a day's wage. We just want a fair pay. We just want a livable wage. Thank you.
Thank you. Denise Marks, followed by Craig Yen.
Good evening, Superintendent, Clark, and board members. My name is Denise Marks, and I'm a kindergarten teacher at Ayers Elementary, and I've taught in this district for 25 years. Ask someone to show you their expenditures, and you can clearly see what they value. It is clear that you do not value your teachers in this district. Dragging out bargaining and not offering teachers a fair contract that is just when we have not had a raise since 2017 is shameful and unjust. With inflation, the rising cost of medical, and classes full to the brim, thanks to the collapsing of numerous classrooms after school began, we are essentially working harder than ever for less under very trying and stressful conditions. Every time you stall or offer some lowball raise with additional teacher duties added into the mix, it proves again that you don't care about your teachers one iota. And who this inevitably hurts the most are students, because you will be unable to retain your teaching workforce and unable to hire new teachers. I hate having to come here and do this. My focus should be on my class, not this trumped up nonsense that we can't afford a raise when we already made and kept the cuts for a raise that never happened under the last superintendent whose contract got paid out. Our students' futures are at stake. I implore you to do the right thing and negotiate a just raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Craig Yen, followed by Laura Kelty Valdez, followed by Kimberly Layden. Craig Yen. Okay. Followed by Laura Kelty Valdez, followed by Kimberly Layden.
One minute? 2 minutes? Perfect.
2 minutes.
My name is Craig Yen, and I'm a teacher over at Valley Verde Elementary. I teach 4th grade over there, and it's my 19th year in the district. First year in the district, again. That was like time. We received mugs that said, "I'm appreciated." We returned those mugs very gracefully into the board meeting right on over there. Again, got a good workout holding up signs, first year teaching. I wrote to the board members, I wrote to Dr. Clark, did receive a couple of responses. Again, just expressing this isn't what we signed up for. We stand here together. This is our district. We stand with our other bargaining units, and it's just not fair. We need fair contracts. We need fair contracts when? Now. Again, we need to act now. You guys can speak all you want. We were here till 2 in the morning at one point. We had an ending balance last year, $89 million. What was the amount that was needed for reserve? 3%. Not 89 million. There is not a structural deficit within the district. When we fight, we win. When we fight, we win. Perhaps you did not hear all the noise, commotion that was out there as we were rallying, as we were coming together to go ahead and bring you this message. Do what's right. Do what's right.
Thank you. Laura Kelty Valdez, followed by Kimberly Layden, followed by Julia Jameson.
Good evening, board and Dr. Clark. My name is Laura Kelty Valdez, and I am a teacher at Mount Diablo High School. Woo!
Once a red devil, always a red devil.
Right.
I'm here to represent the people behind me tonight, the people who could not make it because they have to work second jobs. And all of our students, that's who we're here for. We're here for our students because our students deserve the best. Mount Diablo High School is a wall-to-wall academy school that does not function when we lose a third of our staff every year to layoffs. I felt it. Some of your board members have felt it. And our students are suffering because there's no continuity, there's no stability. It's unfair and it's inhumane. We are also losing teachers because they cannot afford to teach in this district and live in it. We have teachers that drive from Sacramento. We have teachers that have driven from Monterey. We have teachers that I live in Brentwood. We live all over the place and our rent is increasing, our medical is increasing. We need a fair contract. And we are exhausted, but please do not mistake our exhaustion for defeat. Because when we fight, thank you.
Kimberly Layden, followed by Julia Jameson, followed by Eric Clifton.
Good evening. I'm Kimberly Lydon. I teach a 4-5 combo class at a Title I school. Yes, that's how I feel. I started the year with 37 students, reading from pre-primer to 6th grade, and I was teaching 2 grades. Several weeks in, my class size was reduced to something that's still too many children in a combo class at a Title I. Now I have children reading from about 1st or 2nd grade up to 6th grade. And I have half the time that a straight grade has to teach these children. How do I meet their needs? The reality is I'm one person and I can't. Teachers are exhausted. Every day there's something new put on our plates. I'm at a Title I. I'm dealing with learning loss. Severe learning loss in some cases because some of these children had no support at home. They had us. We were their support. We delivered work to them. We tried to meet their needs by adding scaffolding our lessons, doing everything we could, having to reinvent the wheel last year to meet the needs of these kids. This year, once again, dealing with learning loss. We're being asked to create math lessons because we don't have a math curriculum. But we've not been given any more prep. We're just supposed to create lessons to help the children make up for what happened in the last 2 years. But once again, no real resources, no time, just that's what you do. The tough part is we actually try to do it, but we can't. We're tired. We're supposed to meet their social emotional needs, and we're tired.
Julia Jameson.
Good evening, members of the board and Dr. Clark. I'm not going to talk about why we need a salary increase because you're going to hear that from enough other people. What I'm going to concentrate on is a part of the current negotiations that I don't know has been brought to your attention. Last cycle, after you were not able to approve our contract, one of the very few things that teachers in this district gained as a result of the renegotiations was our secondary SDC teachers in the departmental model were granted an assessment period. The reason that we asked for this assessment period, we explained to you at the time, and presumably the reason you granted it, is that secondary SDC teachers in a departmental model have 2 distinct jobs. One is to provide case management for the students on their caseload. The other is to instruct content area SDC classes to students who are not necessarily on their caseload. Those teachers need a prep period in which to prepare like every general education teacher, because they teach not one subject, but 2 and 3 and 4 different classes, content area classes. And they also need a period in which to do case management for the 15 students on their caseload. Inexplicably, one of these very few gains from the last contract is now something the district team is asking to take away in the name of cost savings. What makes me scratch my head is I can't figure out what the cost savings is. An SDC teacher's caseload does not increase if you take away their prep period. All it does is give them less time to do the legally required work to keep this district in compliance with students' IEPs. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Clifton. Eric Clifton, followed by Gianna Thompson and Chloe Page. Eric?
What's up, my people? My name is Eric Clifton. I teach at Horizons Independent Studies, my 20th year teaching. Our students deserve the best educators. We need to attract and retain the best teachers for our students. That's right. We need a raise right now. Let's do some math together. What was our raise in 2018? 0. 2019, 0. 2020, 0. Are we worth 0? I don't think so. Hey, man, we came through for the students, for the district, for the families during the pandemic. We're still in a pandemic. We came through in the clutch like the professionals we are. We're heroes. We inspire. We lead. We make connections. We show kindness. We tell jokes. We laugh. We show respect. And we help our students meet their highest potential. Who does all these things? That's right. We deserve a big raise, a fair contract. CSEA, CST, MD, SPA, Teamsters, our brothers and sisters. We all deserve it. We all deserve a fair contract. Now check this out. Check this out. You guys made the cuts for our 5.5% raise and then refused to ratify that raise. Oh, no. You can't do that. You got a COLA coming in. You got the funds, 5.07 this year, 2.48 next year, 3.11 the next year after that. You only offered a 7%. That's not good enough. We want 12.5% for the next 3 years. Let's go. You need to give it to us right now because, hey, we're one of the lowest paying districts in the surrounding areas. And you need to stop doing the misinformation to the parents. You know what's up with that? It's a big lie. We don't want to go there, do we? Come on now. No misinformation. Tell the truth. If you're going to make a movie about our lives, about the teachers' lives, man, the impact we make, you better get some tissue. You're going to feel it. You get a whole box of tissue after that. You know what? You need to do something for our social emotional. We do it all the time. We need a raise right now. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. What do we want? When do we want it?
Wow, Eric, you timed that to exactly 2 minutes too. Very impressive. All right, Gianna, followed by Chloe Page, followed by Kevin Taylor.
Hello. So I want to talk about a few years ago. I think it was my first year of teaching. This is not my first year now. I'm in my 6th year. There was a sub SEA, and he was not from this country. When he came here and saw the way that teachers were viewed and valued, he was appalled. Appalled because he told me where he was from, which I believe was Trinidad, that they were equal to doctors. And I think that is a perfect description because we value our health, right? And we pay our doctors because we value our health. Do we not say everywhere that we value our education? Because that is 1000% true. We can't do anything without education. And past the education, all these people are doing much more than academics. Okay. I just pulled jackets from my husband's closet to give to a student because he didn't have any jackets. That's how much we care. We're doing that stuff every day. We will take the last dollar we have to feed those students because we care about them. And we need to be valued so much more than that. I take home about $3,500 to put my 2 kids into preschool is a little over $2,000 for 3 days. That doesn't give any time for me and my husband to have a day off. I have no family time because I can't afford it. I can't afford to put my kids in preschool. So you guys can think about that one.
Kevin Taylor.
Okay. The fact that you continue to hold these meetings with so many people, such a small space, is manipulative, unsafe, and childish. Move these meetings to a high school where we can have enough space. It's COVID. Come on. Parents, teachers, admins, staff, and board members, we all want the same thing. We want our students and our kids to learn and thrive. We do. We teachers want to be in the classroom. We want to do our jobs. We want to help them grow and learn and how to make their way in this absolutely crazy world. I know that that is what parents want. You know that that's what they want. You want that. That's why we're here. This is why we are here fighting for a salary. We desperately want to be in the schools we love, teaching the students we love. We love this job. We wouldn't be here otherwise. We can't do that effectively if we're having to work an extra job to pay our bills. We can't do that effectively if we're having to commute from hours away. I was taught that if I went to college, received good work experience, even achieved an advanced degree, which I have, that I'd be able to have a good life, buy a home and be successful. I've done those things that I was told were necessary for the life I wanted. And yet I'm so far from being able to afford a home here that I don't think it's ever going to happen, to be honest. While the housing market is not your fault, the unlivable salary you offer us is. I was taught that hard work is to be rewarded with fair pay. We work insanely hard. Just give us fair pay. But that is yet to happen. To have my employer continue to devalue my work and try their hardest not to give us a fair wage is appalling. Dr. Clark, if you had an adult child and they were working as a teacher in this district, is our salary schedule what you would want for them? Or would you privately encourage them to work somewhere else? Think about this. Think about this as you take actions that affect the lives of real people. We want to do our jobs. Let us do it.
Kevin Taylor, followed by Amelia Hurtado and Catherine Erickson.
Good evening, Dr. Clark, members of the board. My name is Kevin Taylor and I'm a teacher at Northgate High School. I don't know where to begin with this because I would like to work for a company and an organization that respected me, but that's not the case. The offers that are brought to the table are not respectful. The lying emails to the community is not respectful. The propaganda emails I get every Friday to my work is not respectful. It's not your fault. I do not blame the board. Here's what I want, though. I would like you to get an understanding of the financial pictures. Whether through ineptitude or malice, you are being fed false information. Dr. Clark's district is not painting an accurate picture of the financial status. You have heard lots of numbers, and I'm not going to go through and restate those numbers, okay? The point is, there are lots of data out there about the financial picture of this district, of the state. Please do your own research, look into what the numbers really mean, and question the numbers that are put in front of you. If the data doesn't match what you know, there's something wrong, okay? I would love, like I said, to work in a district where I am respected, okay? But if I can't take that, I will at least take a fair contract that compensates teachers for the time and dedication they put into their students. Thank you.
Amelia Hurtado, followed by Catherine Erickson.
Good evening. I'm Amelia Hurtado. I'm a school bus driver of 5 years. All employees here deserve an upstanding and decent contract now. We carry extremely precious, priceless cargo, the world's future blue, white collar workers to potentially our future presidents. We school bus drivers have been compared to our nation's most stressful and underpaid occupation, the military. The pay is so low that being a school bus driver is to be taken as a hobby instead of an occupation. That is why I'm asking for a just, fair, and quick contract that should reflect our valuable service. We transport from 60 to 70% of the students in the 99% safest mode of transportation to and from school. We are in a historical, more dangerous time, and there's not one, two, but rather 3 world pandemics, and we are still with the unjust low wages of 2017. Yes, 2017. Let that sink in. We are approaching 2022 without a fair contract. School bus drivers are the only civil occupation in the world who courageously, bravely took on unforeseen and significantly 3 frontline roles in transportation. In this grievously dangerous, sad, and fearful times, we took the world's history by doing transportation as a school bus driver, food transportation, and also for emergency evacuation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Catherine Erickson, followed by Karna Cruz.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Erickson, and I have a son that is a second grader at Gregory Gardens Elementary School. I understand that a hot topic tonight are the contract negotiations with the teachers unions and various other unions on their fair contract, and I just wanted to offer my perspective as a parent. My son has autism spectrum disorder, and he has gone through various early intervention therapy. So he is currently in a general education classroom at Gregory Gardens. However, he does have an IEP that states that he can have a classroom aide with him in the classroom and other students that have the same needs to help with transitions and various social interactions. At the beginning of this school year, my son's aide that has been placed in his classroom with him since kindergarten moved out of state, but I was told not to worry, that a replacement would be found. So I waited and I waited and I waited. And then I began to get desperate because my son's behavior was going downhill. So I reached out to a therapist that had worked with him in the past through a private agency to see if she wanted to come take this open position. I sent her the information that was on the district website, and she responded to me the next day. "I'm sorry," she said, "I can't take this job, even though I would love to work in a classroom setting and see your son again. But I currently make more money driving for DoorDash." My son went 2 months without the aid that he is legally promised in his IEP, while there is a capable and eager person out delivering groceries. And there are plenty of other unfilled positions on the district website. And why is that? Because nobody wants to work in this district. There are 6 districts that get paid more. Would you want to apply to work in this district? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, Karna Cruz, followed by Chloe Park.
So recently, a letter was sent out about this pay scale at MDOSD. The pay scale system is contingent on the fact that teachers pay for their units and on top of working full-time jobs, attend regular classes for more pay. However, the last pay increase was 5 years ago. The cost of living continues to climb, which means that the bills get higher and the amount of money that teachers have to work with gets lower and lower every year. Now, let me give you a personal view. I've worked for this district for 16 years. For 11, I've also worked with UC California History Social Science Project at Berkeley, which offered 3 units a year. I also worked with Stanford University's programs for 4 years. They offer 2 units. In addition to that,
once I started here, I started and completed a master's program in military global history. I'm still not across the pay scale. I'm still not across the pay scale. I have 10 more units to go. In addition to that, I have taken professional development courses as well as graduate courses at Georgetown, Duke University, and I know there's one, University of Arizona. Now, in addition to that, I just want to say, we have created so many programs in this district at every single school. These are things that the teachers are doing on their own. And yet we're being cast in a greedy light. We're the ones that sit with the community's children when they're upset and crying. We're the ones that work for free for graduation and dances.
Thank you.
But we're greedy.
Thank you. Chloe Park, followed by Liz Herring.
Hi, I really don't want to be here. We're busy. He doesn't want to be here. We're tired of it. This is my son, Nick. We live in this district. He should be attending AIRS in 2024. So I'm not here on my behalf, my unit's behalf, and everybody's behalf. I'm here for his future teachers. I'm here for his future office manager, his future secretary, his future people, right? Anyway, I think it's time we hold the Board of Education accountable for the part they play in this district. Maybe you're under the impression we have no money because of poor financial decisions you signed off on. Using district funds for personal book tours. Spending $100 grand on a substitute system when we already have one and there was a sub shortage. Using district funds for car leases and cell phones. Hiring multiple people at top dollar in one singular department while other departments suffer from lack of staff. Increasing the superintendent's salary after a disastrous 2019 and 2020 year. Stop. Your irresponsibility has directly facilitated a culture of haves and have-nots in this district. I am tired of seeing people exploit this district as a get-rich-quick scheme after you give them the green light to do so. It is really easy to sit there, listen, say nothing, and then do nothing. I know my words are meaningless to you, but I matter. I matter to my students. I matter to my families. I matter to my colleagues, and they all matter to me. Your job does not exist without us. And you need to recognize the power behind that. Your negligence is not going to be tolerated any longer. I am here for all of these students and my future son as a student. Thank you.
Liz Herring, followed by Lee Sir and Julie Kennedy.
MDUSD is in crisis. If you have close friends or family members who are teachers or school staff, I implore you to ask them how their year is going. The majority of them will tell you with pained expressions, hands in the air, and sometimes tears in their eyes. This is the worst year yet. I am among this group. The overall lack of humanity and concern for the teachers in this district, as demonstrated by much of district administration, is disheartening. For the first time in my life, I'm considering a career change out of public education. This breaks my heart because I chose this job for all the right reasons. I dreamed of inspiring students, teaching young people to think critically, create safe and imaginative places where they feel comfortable, smart, and creative, and connect their own learning with the world around them. I knew that going into this job, I would never be wealthy. I'd never purchase a luxury car and probably not own my dream home, but that was okay because the rewards of my job would be worth more than any paycheck. That being said, I never thought I would struggle to make ends meet, be unable to purchase even a basic car, and possibly never even own a home at all. I didn't think that I would be ignored, degraded, retaliated against, and treated as worthless by people making 2 to 3 times my salary simply for asking them to do their job. I didn't think that I would not see a raise for years. I didn't think that the people in power would put out propaganda regarding how teachers have the opportunity to get their own raises by completing graduate level courses that we pay for out of pocket. But when I completed 8 graduate level units from an accredited university, the people in power refused to accept the credits that I worked hard to achieve. That would have put me at 75, but I'm not there because they won't approve it. I didn't think that I would ask to be protected from a virus that would most certainly kill me, only to be ignored for 6 months, then treated as insignificant and unworthy. I'm begging you, please do the right thing.
Thank you. Lee, sir. Lee, followed by Julie Kennedy, followed by Janelle Huerta.
Okay, good evening. My name's Lee Sear. I teach at Northgate High School. Been with this district quite a while. It strikes me that education is based upon communication. Communication is dependent upon relationships and trust. Unfortunately, our district management seems disinterested in fostering a communicative environment with us. Things like publishing a one-sided view in the parent square tell the story. Frankly, this is sad and depressing. An old saying comes to mind, a situation like this. It goes, I see how it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Kennedy, followed by Janelle Huerta.
Good evening, MDUSD Board, Dr. Clark. My name is Julie Kennedy, and I'm here yet again to reiterate that our teachers need, have earned, and deserve raises. I found the letter you sent in November to the community both appalling and disrespectful. I want to bring the truth about that annual raise that you talk about, that you mentioned in the letter, to the public forum. I am at the top of the pay scale, and my step raise this year on paper was $100 before taxes. Let me say that again, before taxes. Subtract from that the increased cost of medical benefits, for which for me was about $60, brings my annual raise to basically nothing after taxes. And I'm a single pay medical benefits recipient. I can't even imagine what families do who have families worth of insurance to pay for. Every year you do not increase the pay scale, I will now receive a pay cut because I am at the top of the scale and will never, ever again receive that annual raise that you told the public about, because the medical benefits will always cut into it. You need to show your teachers that you respect their work and that you appreciate the work they have done in such trying times. Please direct your bargaining team to give us the raise we deserve. Thank you.
Janelle Huerta. Janelle, followed by Beth Miller and Devin Jackson. If Janelle's not here, then should we have Beth Miller come up? Followed by Devin Jackson.
My name is Beth Miller. I'm a 4th grade teacher at Wren Avenue Elementary School of the Arts and one of the 2020 MDUSD Teachers of the Year. I felt like I needed to share my personal story. Teaching is my passion, like many people here. For me, it's my second career, which means I left something else behind because I felt like this is where I was supposed to be. I always thought that teaching would be my second career and my last career, but lately I'm totally having to consider other options, and it really breaks my heart. I'm a seasoned professional with 12 years experience in the classroom and many additional years experience outside the classroom. Yet today in 2021, I am making less money than I made in 2004. Excuse me. I worked in business, but I was not an executive. I was not even a manager. I was just a worker bee. And here now I am entrusted with our children, and I'm not even making what I made almost 20 years ago. Today I work 2 extra duties and I teach summer school every year, in addition to my regular teaching position, all in an effort to make ends meet in a single family home with children. And still it's not enough, and it's just not sustainable anymore. So I'm just asking you to help shift this paradigm and pay teachers a salary that demonstrates that they are valued, respected, and an important part of the fabric of our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Devin Jackson, followed by Kip Penovich and Nancy Coffey.
Good evening, board members. Good evening, Dr. Clark. Good evening, President Cowan. You should value our educators. The board needs to value our educators so they can continue to do the best for our students. Our students deserve the best. Our students deserve the best educators. In order to attract and retain the best educators, we need a raise. Chant number one, we want a contract. Just and fair, treat our kids. Everyone, everywhere we go. Chant number three, everywhere we go, people want to know who we are. We are the union. Fighting for our students. We are the union. The mighty, mighty union. Fighting for our students and their education. There are ongoing funds to pay for ongoing salary increases. You owe us more than the 5.5% that you reneged on back in 2020. Our salary is lower than other districts. We are one of the lowest paying districts in the surrounding area. There is no structural deficit. It is time to get your budget and your fiscal department in order. Please make decisions to help our teachers, help our students. As I leave, chant number two, hey, hey, ho, ho, these delays have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, these delays have got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho, these delays have got to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Kip, where is Kip? There we go. Kip Penovich, followed by Nancy Coffey and Kelly Archibald.
I have handouts again. Good evening. My name's Kip Penovich, and I have my glasses up here because they're just going to get fogged up. I want to start with the theme of accurate information. As I looked through one of the meetings I was interested in attending one day was the Budget Advisory Committee meeting. And I noticed that they had a presentation in there about comparisons of MDUSD with surrounding districts. And so I looked at the chart that was presented, and then I saw that it said it's from J90 form. So I looked around and found the J90 forms, and I got in there and started to dive around. And then I realized that the information that was being given just back in September was at least now a year and a half old. And since then, people have gone through bargaining and their salary schedules have been adjusted. So I went ahead and did my research. Took me about a little over an hour, and I looked up every district's salary schedule around us, and that's what's on the bottom. So that's the truth. The other thing is what was a year and a half ago. You can see we're not on the best side there. And of the districts that are to the right, I will point out that I think three of them, you get to their maximum salary, their maximum salaries in like 12 years, 18 years, not 25 like ours. You can make this change and make us a more attractive district. Secondly, I put together a spreadsheet where, since there are projections coming out in the interim budget, where I looked at past interim budgets and what their projected deficits and excesses were, and what they actually ended up being years later in the unaudited actuals. based on that, when you talk to me about there's not this much or whatever, I really can't take you at your word because your track record is really, really bad. So if you can get the correct information, I think it's there for us to get a raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Nancy? Nancy Coffey? Is Nancy Coffey in the house? Followed by Kelly Archibald and Teresa Rayo. Come on up.
It's a little bit loud out there. My name is Nancy Coffey. I'm here to tell you that I'm supporting my bargaining team. They have worked hard to ask for a contract language which is student success oriented. They've asked for salary increase, which this district can afford. The salary increase is student success centered. I'd like to refer you to an article, an editorial recently posted November 15th, I believe, in the East Bay Times, and it's titled editorial, Billions of California Education Dollars Unaccounted For. It goes into detail about why we're in the situation that we're in, because I keep hearing about extra funding that's going on, that's ongoing dollars that will be given to school districts and have been given to school districts. And everybody keeps saying, where's the money? Well, there's a lot of unaccounted for dollars. And as the board, I hope that you continue to ask questions and ask for proof of how money is being spent and where it's being spent. Lastly, our president, Anita Johnson, has collected statements from members who work 2 jobs, myself included. I want to ask everyone to stay after the public comment and into the next agenda item titled Communications District Organizations to hear these statements and her remarks on it. And say fair contract now if you have 2 jobs.
Fair contract now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Archibald. Followed by Teresa Rayo and Breton Raymond.
Hello, my name is Kelly Archibald, and I teach kindergarten at Walnut Acres, and I love my job. I go to school every day because I love my babies and I care for them just like they're my own. Honestly, I think the hardest thing about my job is going to work knowing that I'm the one that cares about my kids. So when I think about who cares about me, there's nobody. With the COVID and everything, like I just feel like my job has changed so many times and I don't really understand what I'm supposed to be doing and how to keep it safe and the contract and everything. And I just feel very uninformed. And I'm in the classroom with these kids. I'm the one with the 5-year-olds. I'm the one teaching them how to be kind and respectful and how to talk to each other, how to solve problems. And then I just feel like it's craziness with what's going on. So I'm here to please ask, please, can you please work? Can everybody please work together? From one kindergarten teacher to the rest of you. Yeah. It really is a scary thought. It's just very scary to know that I don't really feel like I have protection in the classroom. I don't feel like somebody would care if I got hurt on campus or if I got ill or whatever. I currently work 3 jobs to support my income. I cannot afford to live by myself. I have to live with someone else. I've lived in the Bay Area for 10 years. There's no way I'm going to be able to afford a house anytime soon. Can't afford a family. Please, I just want to live. I just want to live and care for my kids. Please help the teachers. We just want to live and care for your babies. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Rayo, followed Rigo. Oh, that's a G. Okay, thank you. Followed by Breton Raymond and Josh Anajar.
Hi, I'm Teresa Rigo. I've been with the district 24 years. I'm in the food service department. I'm not on the, but I am here for everybody, all the unions around here. I decided to come before you after getting another email thanking us for all we do. How we are the true heroes. That we are appreciated. Though I appreciate the emails. I started thinking, okay, the district, they keeps telling the teachers, the custodian, food service, how much we are appreciated. And we are heroes in their eyes, but yet can't negotiate a fair contract with our unions. But they can give administrator raises, have a $1,500 sign-on bonus. Us in the middle get thank you emails. I'm sorry, but those thank you emails don't pay my bills. I have been making the same salary for, I don't even know how long, because was at the top pay. And I've been at Rio Vista for over 10 years and I'm at that top pay since then. So, and with the cost of living, okay, I just forgot, sorry, for all over other years. The only way for me to move up is if I went to a high school, but I love Rio Vista. We are family at that school and I want to retire at this school. But with the cost of living, the groceries, the gas, I might have to change jobs and find another way. So please, if you do think we are unsung heroes, please negotiate a fair contract for our unions, because sometimes actions speak better than words. Thank you for your time.
Breton Raymond, Josh Anajar, and I'll figure out how to read that next one later.
Good evening. My name is Breton Raymond. I'm an Army veteran. I'm not a teacher. I came here tonight to speak to the school board and Dr. Clark. I have been a government employee. I had a job to do. I did that job for 6 years and received an honorable discharge. Tax dollars paid my salary, like some here. The Mount Diablo Unified School District has failed to agree to a contract for their teachers for over 3 years. As an American, I find this shameful because their actions are dishonorable. The district says they don't have the money for the most meager of cost of living adjustments, which still fall behind inflation. The district received additional money from the state and laid off many employees, teachers, and other staff since the COVID-19 lockdowns began. They have more money coming in now, but somehow less money in their budget. The most favorable interpretation I can make is that the MDUSD is not being honest, so they can bargain in bad faith. Less favorable interpretations might be incompetence or corruption. When the respective bargaining teams meet for the contract negotiations and the agreements they had made at their previous meeting are largely ignored or rewritten by the MDUSD bargaining team, that is what I mean. The district routinely tosses their progress in the proverbial trash can and forces the progress to begin again. The teachers care about the success of their students, and the district uses that against the teachers in negotiations. I haven't seen a single thing that these teachers have asked for that seems unreasonable. So why can't the district do their job that we pay them to do and agree to a contract for their teachers? Thank you.
Come on up, Josh Anajar, followed by.
Hello, board. My name is Josh Anajar. I'm with the Contra Costa Central Labor Council. We're a federated body of 85 unions representing over 85,000 workers here in Contra Costa County. And I've been sitting in the back here, kind of, paranoid about COVID, like I think, but every single person here, every single day is risking their lives to make sure that we have our children and our next generation educated and ready to be productive citizens here in Contra Costa County and across the. Their sacrifice should be commended, not with words, not with emails. I'm sorry. One of the sisters spoke that she has to work 3 jobs to make it and still has a roommate. That is a broken system. You are creating poverty wages. One job should be enough. One job should be enough. A teacher's job is already beyond anything. They're at home. They don't get paid when they're at home grading papers, when they're spending their own money to buy school supplies that you aren't providing. They're the ones that are doing it. Support staff fed children throughout the entire pandemic. I'm sorry, this is beyond. The fact that they haven't had a raise since 2017. 2017, we've gone through 2 presidencies, a global pandemic. I think Oakland had 3 sports teams back then. Do your job. Give them a raise. Make sure they can live in their community. We want to make sure when people can live in their community, they give back to their community. They spend more. That helps other businesses, helps the local economy. What you're doing is crippling that economy. Do you want these teachers to move to the Central Valley and have to commute every single day in here? We want to make sure that every single teacher, every educator, everyone that supplies the public school system can live in these communities, that they educate, they can be with their students and not have to worry whether or not they have enough food, whether they can afford rent, or whether they have to have roommates to survive as teachers. This is beyond criminal. This is California. This is the Bay Area. We can do better than this. And I hope you all do that right now.
All right, we've still got 5 more speakers to go, so we're going to keep going. We are at what time now?
We're at 1 hour. We're at
And
an
we've
hour.
gone for over an hour. All right, so we are listening to all of you and we are continuing, but if we could keep it moving, that would be much appreciated because we do actually have additional business to attend to this evening. All right, so Ms. Moore, I'm sorry, I can't read your first name. Carolyn, thank you, Carolyn. All right, followed by Holly Pitts and Jessica Zarif.
You know me. Carolyn Moore. Nice to see you guys. Some of you guys know me. I am a leader in our CTE programs here at Mount Diablo, as well as I am Northgate High School design program teacher. So I don't normally speak. I do like really the career tech program, and I really want to always think the best of it. But after getting that email saying that we got a raise every year, it made me come in and say this because I haven't gotten a raise in 3 years. I've been here 17 years. I was in the industry. I get asked to go back to the industry all the time. And if you know the design industry in the Bay Area, I would be making about 150 to 200,000 a year. I'm here because of the passion I have for my students. I'm dyslexic and ADD, and a teacher helped me when I was a kid. And they gave me the option to have a career when other people told me I couldn't. And I'm here to help people learn how to interview and resume and how to do Photoshop and how to work in the programs that are in the industry that are populated today. But I cannot move up on my scale without working the 3 other jobs I work. I drive for Lyft. I work design for the city of Oakland. I do photography work. I teach adults in the evening, and I teach 3 summer camps that I run in the summer, just so I can afford to live in my Oakland rent control studio that I have been in since I was 25 and I'm 44, has COLA adjustments on my rent control, but we have not gotten COLA adjustments on our pay. I am more behind now than I started 17 years ago in this district. Please consider where we are at now, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly Pitts, Jessica Zarif, and Adriana Chow.
Hello, my name is Holly Pitts. This is the 3rd time I've been here standing in front of you to speak again. I teach at Olympic High School and Homan Hospital. So I'm here to kind of drive that home. I teach at Olympic High School and Homan Hospital. I have to do both. I can't afford my bills otherwise, period. This year I've had to double my amount of Homan Hospital Homan Hospital students and Homan Hospital hours. I taught Homan Hospital for 2 hours tonight after working full-time at Olympic. And then I'm here right now. Thank you, Medea, for feeding me, because otherwise I might be even more grouchy at the moment. This is really unacceptable. During the pandemic, because of some health issues with family, and because of the pandemic, I have now taken on family responsibilities financially. I can't afford them, but I'm doing it. I'm living in my little 1-bedroom studio. I'm working my butt off. I have had other businesses as well on top of to try to make my way through. It's ridiculous. I work myself to death. I won't go into my own mental health, my own physical health that I have given to my students in this district, but it is way too much that I have given already. A raise will improve my quality of life, okay? It'll allow me to be able to do my job without so much stress. It would definitely help, right? but it will also improve the quality of education that my students get because they don't get a stressed out teacher. My students have told me, they're like, Miss Pitts, you look like my stressed out mother, right? I'm like, great. That's what, I don't have kids. Why should I look like your stressed out mother? It's not okay. A raise will help me, okay? I've already opened my EdJoin account again. I've already opened it. I've already been offered 2 jobs for this year, but I can't take them. Please get your house in order. Okay, there's no structural deficit.
Thank you.
We need a fair raise now.
Jessica Zarif. Followed by Adriana Chow, Lily Lum, and Christina Merrick.
Good evening. I'm here on an entirely different subject, so please pardon me, but I do support the teachers here as well. I'm here tonight to share a very important topic, school violence. My student attends Diablo View Middle School, where a new student pulled a knife on him with threats to use it. I was not called by the school. No parents were informed of the situation, and I am told the student will be allowed back on campus. It is my understanding that we have a zero tolerance policy for weapons on campus. We are all aware of the nationwide problem of school violence and shootings, and each time we ask ourselves, what can we do to prevent this from happening? Awareness, transparency, and following school policy on zero tolerance. My child is terrified to go back to school, knowing that this child is aware that my son told school administrators about the issue. We are terrified that this student will return to campus with retaliation on his mind and a target on my son's head. We send our kids to school expecting they will be safe. I find the handling of this matter to be appalling. We get an email if a student has COVID, but not when a weapon has been seized on campus. We can do better, and we need to do better. We do not want violence in our community. These are our children. We send them to school expecting them to be safe. And I'm not blaming this on the board. However, the board, the parents, the district, the students, the teachers need to know what's going on. And this is being swept under the rug. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you. I would like to ask for staff to respond to that parent to be able to get back to her, please. All right. Adriana Chow, Lily Lum, and Christina Merrick. It looks like the 3 of you are together. If you want to come up together.
Hello, hola, buenas noches, school board members and Dr. Clark. My name is Adriana Chow. I'm a credentialed school nurse at MDUSD. I work part-time I work 3 days a week at Oak Grove Middle, Walnut Acres, and Diablo Community Day. That means that my middle school only gets me 1 day a week. And they only get me and my school nurse services 1 day a week. Due to staff shortages, I have spent many days this school year being pulled to do LVN and SEA services to support our students in this district, and not as a school nurse. I've been pulled from my school nurse duties to work as a one-on-one SEA with medically complex students, toileting and changing students all day in the classroom, which I would do again to support our students anytime, any day. The global public health pandemic still continues, but an increase in school nurse FTEs are not included in our funding or in our school district, and I don't know why. Other local districts have used their available funding to bring on more school nurses to support their students. We need to do the same. Please ask your district team to increase FTEs of school nurses and FTE and LVNs. Thank you for listening. and for your time.
Good evening, Dr. Clark, school board members. My name is Lily Lum, credentialed school nurse with Mount Diablo for 16 years, currently at Mount Diablo High School, Olympic High School, Alliance, and Crossroads High School. I wish I knew what more I could do to show you how hard credentialed school nurses are working on all 4 burners every day at multiple sites during this pandemic. What will it take to let you all know that this is unsustainable and unsafe for students and staff? We need more nursing support with LVNs and credentialed school nurses now. I hope to retire from MDUSD. I'm devastated. We are losing our lead nurse for a higher paying district. You do not understand how huge a loss this is. All of us were just stunned. I hope to retire with MDUSD, but the stress and unsustainable workload is making my choice questionable. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christina Merrick, and I'm here advocating for better medical insurance coverage and an increase in salary, which you guys have been hearing a lot about tonight. This is my 11th year in the district, and as a credentialed school nurse, and then I work part-time 3 days a week at Diablo View Middle School, Centeris, and Wren. And so each of those schools just gets 1 day of school nursing services. And that's 1 day a week if we're not being pooled to cover for vacant agency LVNs or vacant SEA positions. And so oftentimes school nurses are being sent to schools they aren't even there, and they don't know the students or the medical orders, and then do our own job at the same time. Some nurses haven't been at their own site in weeks. And how are we supposed to do our jobs like this if we're being pulled constantly and drowning in the increased medical need of students? In regards to vacant agency LVNs or SEAs in those assignments, there's 14 of us, so the 14 FTE. And we've covered 341 daily vacant assignments just this school year, so in the last few months. Every day, multiple, like whoever's working that day is working as an LVN or an SEA and not serving our students to the max of our potential. And those students have to be served, and they're our priority, and so we serve those students. But also shout out to our case managers and psychs that we have a lot of screenings we're behind on, and a lot of assessments and reports. So give your school nurses some grace. So a school nurse has a caseload of 2,400 students. Think of that many students. That's more than an elementary, a single middle, I think any of our high schools. I don't think College Park's that big yet. But we're responsible for all of their health, all of their healthcare procedures. We have nurses that are buying juice boxes for their type 1 diabetic students with type 1 diabetes that are crashing on them and their parents can't afford it or can't bring it. They're buying it out of their own pocket so that their student doesn't have such a low blood sugar that they pass out and potentially die. Your nurses are putting everything on the line, and we are here and we are speaking up for the students because they're not here and they can't speak up for themselves. We appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. I believe that there are no more speakers. Okay. Thank you all for coming and for your civility and willingness to go along with the rules of the meeting. Much appreciated, and we appreciate hearing from you. So with that, we move on to 9.0 communications. This is district organizations. At regular board meetings, a single spokesperson of each recognized district organization may make a brief presentation. Items are limited to those which are informational. So we'll begin with Carmen Terrones Torres, followed by Annie, and then Anita Johnson.
Hello again. Good evening, board members, superintendent, Mount Diablo community. I am going to be reading a message that was sent to Dr. Clark and the board members and Dr. Escudero from one of my members. But first, I want to say that we're all fighting for the same. All these bargaining units, we're all fighting for the same. A fair contract, fair salaries. What has been offered during negotiation is unacceptable, insulting, to say the least. The email reads, Dear Dr. Clark, Mr. Scudero, and board members, I am writing to you regarding the CST salary negotiations. An increase of 3% is negligible and insulting. I am an elementary office manager. We continue to be assigned new duties without compensation. We're expected to shoulder the heavy responsibility of enforcing the district's COVID protocol while keeping up with our regular time-sensitive tasks. CST morale has never been lower. Words of appreciation mean nothing when we're offered 3% increase. The expenses of daily living have increased a lot more than that. Personally, my rent increased 8.8% as soon as the moratorium was lifted. My district Kaiser is increasing per month, not to mention gas and groceries. How does it make sense that to raise our health insurance while offering an increase of 3%? The budget is not only a critical issue. Keeping an attractive quality employees is also critical to retain enrollment. Lack of staffing and poor staffing causes inefficiencies and bad work quality that infuriates parents and causes them to find other education for their students. You have to pay at least a market rate for our positions. I don't know who came out with the nonsense data that shows our district pay on par with other local districts. And I checked that, it's true. Okay, if you check at Joint, you will see that we are among the lowest paying districts in our area, if not the lowest. One employee told me that she could earn $4 per hour if she moved to another district. We're talking about classified. I work full-time plus for Mount Diablo and take home $28.80 per month after taxes, health insurance, and FSA. Could you live on that? I have a second job so I can survive. I'm a 57-year-old woman. How many more years can I keep up with 2 jobs? How will I do when I no longer have the stamina or mental health to do both? You have the responsibility to your employees, not just the students. Please look at the bigger long-term picture as you negotiate. This is one of them, and I read it because I want to make sure that you have received it and you had the opportunity to read it, as well as Dr. Clark. But this represents pretty much what my unit feels, how my unit feels. This out of class is not just the COVID-19. Many of my members are being asked to do, in a way, what I consider is TIS duty. With the Chromebooks, the insurance, now we can't even call TIS to place a request. We have to go through this bunch of BS that they have implemented now with business services or whatever it's called now. Before I used to say TIS and everybody knew what I was talking about. Now I have to go through 3 different windows to place a work order just to say, hey, I need help. I have a parent here that needs help with the Chromebook. I am not a tech person. I shouldn't be doing that. But just to make just to create that work order takes me some time away from my job. But you know how much they want to pay me? 5% of 15 minutes that took me to create that the work order. This is insane. You need to show the respect that you claim have to my unit and all Mount Diablo Unified School District employees, providing us decent wages, a fair contract. Stop this stealing. We need to move forward. We need a fair contract and we need it now. Thank you.
Annie, come on up, followed by Anita and then Sylvia.
President Clark, school board, audience, speaking of a wage increase, my members just ended up finally, well, we're at minimum wage now. I have 30 some odd different classifications and probably 17 of them make barely $2 more than minimum wage. None of them work more than 6 or 7 hours a day. So figure out the wages on that. talk about not having a living wage. And also, speaking of, for some reason, I've told the personnel department, they seem to think that my members are the catch-all people to do every job out there. We are not your beck and call people here. We're tired of, just like the nurses. What are they doing being SCAs? Am I going to be sending a cease and desist here again? This has got to stop. They cannot do 3 or 4 jobs. They shouldn't be doing 3 or 4 jobs besides their job. And oh, that whopping 5% for my people averages about $1 something. That's a whopping to be doing 2 jobs. That's not right. I see you have quite a few resignations tonight. What I'm really waiting to see is, I saw there were some new hires too, quite a few. Let's see how long they last when they see how they're treated here. They may not last long. Working in special ed shouldn't mean you get injured. I don't want to hear, well, that's the job. That should not be the job. I've got a member now that was in the hospital 3 days, has numerous fractures. Your job shouldn't be come to work and get hurt. Ask workers' comp, who has a lot of workers' comp injuries this year. You'll find out it's us. You need to give a rate. You know, it was great. We did the $1,500 for new employees. Oh, that's right. Some of them didn't even show up. But anyway, but on these step increases, is there a board policy on how many step increases you can get? Oh, you can't answer me. I'll talk to you about that later. Anyway, because some of the steps was a 20% raise or more. And I got people standing behind me that don't make much as people walking in the door. I guess as a union rep, I want people to make more money, but it just doesn't kind of average out there when that happens. And I guarantee you they're not happy about it. So we all need a raise and we will stand together. So be prepared for us.
Good evening. My name is Anita Johnson. I'm president of the Mount Diablo Education Association. We are standing in solidarity with CSEA, CST, Teamsters, and MUDSPA. And the main thing that I want to speak with you about this evening is one job should be enough. We have received numerous comments from our members that they cannot attend the rallies because they are working 2 and 3 jobs. So I asked them for their statements and I'm going to read their statements to you now. The first one is from Anonymous. It is disheartening to see the insultingly low increases the district is offering. With the increased cost of living and rising insurance cost, these small increases are actually pay cuts. We know it and so do you. I can only conclude that you want a teacher strike. I'm hoping you prove me wrong. And the next one is from Amy Monaghan. My name is Annie Monaghan, Amy Monaghan, and I have been an educator in this district for 5 years. Of my 5 years, 4 of them have been either without a contract, in the midst of a contract, or impasse, or just plain tense and stressful due to the back and forth of bargaining. I love what I do and who I do it for, which is the only reason I'm still an employee of this district. It is no secret that attracting and retaining quality educators is a challenge made even more difficult by the global pandemic. However, I do not see the district doing its part in making sure this change happens. Why would educators want to come here when we are not compensated and valued for the work we do? Why would educators want to come here when the district cannot be trusted with financial data and accurate communication? With inflation and no salary increase in 3 years, it is really difficult to feel that our higher administration and board supports and appreciates the tremendous work we do for our students. I think we can agree that we all want what is best for kids. And what is best for kids is standing in front of you, a passionate educator with a big heart and loads of dedication. What is best for kids is an adult in the room that cares about them, wants to help them succeed, and has the resources to do so. It is time for the district to ensure these resources are available to teachers. It is time for the district to get the budget in order and make decisions based on facts and reality, not missing data and guesses. It is time for the district to show us that they value our work with their actions. The time is now. Please do what is right. The next one is from Carmen Escona. Good evening, board and members. My name is Carmen Escona, and I couldn't make it to this meeting this evening because I am working a second job. This is my 6th year in the district, and for the first time since I started working here, I am saving money. I wish I could say it was because I was paid enough for my position. The reality is that I was forced to move in with my parents over the summer because I couldn't afford to renew my lease. And working a second job is the only hope I have to save up enough to support myself. The only reason I haven't left this district is because I love my school. I am fortunate to have incredible coworkers and administrators at my site who almost make working the second job worth it. But I do not know how much longer I can keep this up. I'm exhausted between both jobs, and it's affecting my ability to support my students. They deserve the best I can give them, and right now they aren't getting that. I am pleading with you to urge your bargaining team to negotiate in good faith and offer us a living wage. I do not want to leave my school, but unless something changes, I might not have a choice. Thank you. My name is John Kropp, and I've been teaching at College Park High School since 1999. In 2000, I was hired as an adjunct professor at Diablo Valley College. I have worked during the fall, spring, and summer for 21 years straight, no break. If I work a 120 FTE, as I am this year, and my usual 3 classes at DVC, I am teaching 9 classes. One more, and I guess I'd be teaching the load of 2 teachers. I never liked it much, but I've never had a choice either. I've always wondered if anyone in the administration works 2 jobs. If not, you should try it. You know what they say about walking a mile in someone else's shoes. The next is also anonymous. I am a single mom with 2 kids, and my situation is such that I receive no child support. Every month I struggle to make ends meet and to provide for my family. I've had to take on not only a summer job, but also now a job concurrent to the school year. I've taught for 10 years, and while teaching in and of itself is so rewarding, working multiple jobs is unsustainable and leaving me feeling utterly depleted and falling short in every arena. Please give us a raise that is conducive with the cost of living increases. If not, many of us will be forced to relocate to more affordable areas. The next one, submitted by Diane Randall, a math intervention teacher at Concord High School. I would like just to say that I feel it is immoral and unethical for the district to retain and attempt to amass funds rather than spending education dollars. Funding for education, no matter what the source, is meant for use in the classroom and the school setting. I am appalled, and the community should be outraged with the idea that COLA funds, COVID funds, or any increase in budgeting funds would be used for anything other than paying for the highest quality educational resources for our children. That means raises for employees who have been undervalued, underappreciated, underrated, and disrespected for far too many years. I can attest that other than some free face masks and hand sanitizer, I have not seen any evidence of the district addressing the needs of my students at the classroom level. I implore you, with the power in your hands, do the right thing. My name is Leanne O'Neill, and I've been working in this district for 9 years. When I first started working in MDUSD, I felt incredibly grateful and lucky to be working in a district that took care of its teachers. However, since then, I've grown incredibly resentful and bitter because I feel like I'm undervalued and disposable. Ironic, because now more than ever, you need us. Our wages do not reflect the ever-increasing cost of living in Contra Costa County. I can't even afford to live in the community that I teach in, and I feel so connected to, because no one can seem to find the money to pay us decent wages that allow us to pay our bills and remain in our communities. We have gone years without a fair contract or pay increase. So if anything, please consider it from our point of view. We are struggling to make ends meet, working 2, even 3 jobs to get by. Many of us love our jobs, but contemplate leaving for finding higher paying jobs, not because we want to, but because we need to in order to keep our houses, cars, pay our bills, and feed our families. Please help us stay in the jobs we love so much and in the communities we feel connected to by coming to a reasonable contract negotiation with our union. Thank you. I am a single parent supporting 3 kids. I have had to tutor in addition to my job as a teacher, and I'm actively looking for another part-time job. My expenses have gone up $700 a month this year. These are costs of my medical insurance, groceries, and utilities. I live simply and do not buy many extras. I'm thinking of leaving this district as I lose earning power every year. I work 2 jobs and have for the last 8 years. This district has lagged behind and dragged their feet for so long. The impact is monumental and will take about 2 to 3 years to recover from it. Even with the raise, I will keep my second job because I have debt that will take me about 2 years to clear, given the simple fact that any raise barely covers the cost of living increase in the next 6 months. This is compounded by the district's bargaining team's decision to drag out the negotiations process as long as possible. If I had time and energy, I would sit down and calculate how much it costs me every month to carry my debt while the district sits back and collects interest on money earmarked for our salary increases to retain qualified employees. Do the right thing now. The point is, 1 job should be enough. Your employees should not live in poverty. We deserve a salary increase. We deserve a fair contract. We deserve it now. Thank you.
All righty, we have Sylvia followed by Mark.
Good evening, members of the board, Dr. Clark. I'm Sylvia Venturino, representing school psychologists and behavioral health specialists in the district. On November 30th, our union held a vote, a very well-attended vote. And I would like to inform you that 99% of our members voted to authorize a strike. %. This is huge. If there's one silver lining silver lining in this cloud of this budget nonsense and bargaining dispute, is that our group has united and come together. We are tight, and all of our groups have come together and united. That is amazing to me. So that's a good thing. We actually do not want to strike. Well, actually, some of us really do want to strike. But most of us do not want to strike. We know that the effects will be devastating to the district. I won't even go into details here. We don't want to strike. What we want is a fair contract for all of us. We want fair negotiations. We want honesty. We want facts. When we ask a question, we expect to get an answer in bargaining, not some ridiculous stick chart with incorrect information. We just want fair bargaining. We come to the table honestly. We expect the district to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvia. Mark?
Hello, board members, Dr. Clark. Well, actually, I don't have very much prepared today because what else can be said again? We've been here. Everybody said it already. You've all said it tonight. Thank you all for showing up. And thank you for standing up to what you need to stand up against right now. Tonight, we're going to hear about the sky is falling again. We're going to hear the sky is falling with $89 million in the budget. We're going to hear about how poor the district is. We're going to hear about structural deficits that do not exist. In November of 2020, it didn't exist. You didn't have it right then when you were being offered zero. All of last year, we were all being offered zero. Every single person in this room deserves much more than that. We cannot forget the past, and we need to go forward to the future. Do the right thing. Now is the time to do the right thing. Please, these people are struggling and they need it all. They need it now. I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our communications item. Thank you all very much. All right, so we will move on to item 10.0, recognitions and resolutions. 10.1, review and potential approval of Board Resolution 21/22-40 to authorize local assignment option EC 44263.
Great, thank you, President Cound. I'm going to turn this item over to Dr. Rubio to see if there's any questions.
Good evening, board members. Education Code 44263 authorizes the governing board to assign any employee holding any licensed teacher credential to teach with their consent and to any single subject or multiple subject in which they have 18 lower division units or 8 upper division units. We are bringing this with you this evening. We have one employee who's eligible for that, and we're asking for your approval.
Thank you very much. Do we have a motion on this item?
I would make a motion to approve board authorization 21/22-40, local assignment option EC 44263.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by trustee Mason, second by trustee McFerrin. Any discussion on this item? We'll take it to a vote. Trustee Feller.
Yes.
Thank you. And the rest of us are voting electronically. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. And 10.2.
Thank you very much. Similarly, Education Code 44258.2 authorizes the board to assign any employee with a single subject or standard secondary credential to go ahead and, with their consent, teach any subject in a departmentalized class in grades 5 through 8, where the teacher has completed units. Where we have 2 employees who are eligible for that. We're bringing them to you this evening for your approval.
Thank you. Do we have a motion on this item?
I would make a motion to approve board authorization 21/22-41, local assignment option EC 44258.2.
I second.
Thank you very much. Motion by trustee Mason, second by trustee Nzewi. Any discussion on this item? We'll take it to a vote. Trustee Fowler.
Yes.
And the electronic vote, we have a 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member.
Thank you.
Okay, now this takes us to the fun part of the evening, our public employee appointment. 11.1, review and potential approval of personnel appointment, vice principal, Bel Air Elementary School and Rio Vista Elementary School. And we
Yep.
appreciate your patience in waiting for this item to come to the floor.
Good evening. It's our pleasure to bring for the board's review and potential approval the appointment of Lisa Marie Gascott for the position of Vice Principal at Bel Air Elementary and Rio Vista Elementary. Lisa Marie has over 10 years of experience in the educational field as an elementary teacher in various bilingual programs and as a middle school facilitator. Lisa Marie holds a bachelor's degree in liberal arts and is finishing for the master's degree in educational leadership. Lisa Marie loves to travel and spend time with her family. We leave this in the hands of the board.
Thank you. Do we have a motion?
I would make a motion that we approve the appointment of Lisa Marie Gascott Reyes to the Vice Principal of Bel Air Elementary and Rio Vista Elementary.
Second.
Thank you. Motion by trustee Mason, second by trustee Mayo. Any discussion on this item? We're all very excited. We'll take it to a vote. Trustee Feller?
Yes.
Thank you. And the electronic vote is coming in. Motion passes 5-0 with concurrence from our student board member. Congratulations.
Would it be all right to bring Lisa Marie up?
Is she here today? Yes. Come on up. There we go. We would love to hear from you. Thank you.
Good evening, board. I just want to say thank you for this opportunity and for this amazing opportunity to be working with my favorite two admins right now. My mom, obviously I have to thank her. She's over there taking care of my babies and my husband. So my family, I'm glad to be back in Mount Diablo.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Welcome. Thank you. All right. And that takes us to reports and information. 12.1 Progress Report on the District's Strategic Technology Plan 2021 to 31.
Good evening, everyone. We're pleased to be back in front of you to present our second annual update on the District Strategic Technology Plan. I'm here with Chief Business Officer Lisa Gonzalez, and also next to me here is Mr. Craig Box, who is our, sorry, am I a little hard to hear? Let me try that. How's that? Okay.
That's better. Thank you.
It's hard to tell in this mask. I'm also here with Mr. Craig Box, who is our program specialist for educational technology, who is leading a lot of our efforts in our one-to-one program, and he'll be updating you on that as well this evening. We have committed to coming to you 3 times annually in August, December, and April, roughly, to give you updates on our strategic technology plan. And we have prepared and will continue to update, as we mentioned at the last board meeting, a progress monitoring document that was attached to the board agenda. And if you've had a chance to review that, we'll be happy to answer any questions on that. But what we'd like to do tonight is really talk to you about specific progress that we've made towards some of these particular initiatives. So one of the things I always like to start with, and you've seen this before, and you'll hear me say this again and again and again, and I think Craig will be the same way, is that there are 3 really important imperatives to any technology plan for the 21st century. And I'm going to read these because I think they are so important. This plan is designed to empower teachers to provide relevant, meaningful instructional opportunities through technology. It's intended to provide students with regular, meaningful opportunities to engage with the modern world through technology to become college and career ready. And it's intended to ensure that the district can maintain the necessary technologies and support systems to ensure every student graduates ready to thrive in a technology-rich world. So we would like to highlight a number of items that we have made what I think is some pretty significant progress on over the last several months. It's probably no surprise to you that we'd like to highlight our technology distribution, our device distribution, firstly to students, and secondly, our impending distribution to staff and teachers, which I'm pleased to report is underway. So action steps 2.1.1 that you see there and 2.1.2, which I won't read out loud. They're a little dense, but basically Mr. Box will be talking about the action step related to one-to-one for our students. And I will report that with regard to devices for our staff, We are starting to see, even though the supply chain is not necessarily easing up, we are actually starting to come out of the other end from our perspective, and actually have had a number of devices delivered that we are working to image and get those out to our teachers and students, teachers and other staff members as quickly as we possibly can. It's obviously a lot of devices and we have a lot of needs in our district, so it's going to be a little time. We have to image those, we have to deliver those and prepare those for staff one at a time. And so we're working to do that as quickly as possible. Working on some really urgent needs first, and I will pass it over to Craig.
Great. I get the easy and the good news to celebrate this learning initiative, which in just a matter of a few months, really 3 months, we've been able to distribute nearly 16,000 Chromebooks to our secondary school sites. And that's involved a massive effort by a lot of staff members at all of the school sites, volunteers, students, district employees, TIS. It's a massive undertaking and it's been successful. Every single secondary student in our district has the equal access and an equitable access to learn with technology. A couple of other highlights from the past several months, beyond the one-to-one device distribution at the middle and high schools and all of our alt ed and special programs, is that we've also been able to redistribute or reallocate more than 2,000 devices that were surplus or excess at the secondary schools to some of our elementary sites that were in need. So that's been a welcome thing for the elementary sites to receive. And we've also undertaken the ECF program initiative with our elementary school sites, so that in the coming months, we will be able to distribute one-to-one at the 2nd through 5th grade level. So that involved the ECF program distribution to assess the need and to find out who in our 2nd through 5th grade communities needed these devices, and those are being ordered and delivered. We've also, like Dr. Sidford said, received the teacher laptops and started that rollout for teachers. Those are the past few months, and in the coming months for the one-to-one program in the district, we are looking to obviously roll out the deployment of these devices to 2nd through 5th graders at all 31 elementary school sites. We're going to also be initiating kind of what I would envision as the next step, and what's the more exciting once we have all of the devices in place, is how do we utilize those? How do we develop a district-wide digital citizenship curriculum for all of our students, starting in kinder all the way through 12th grade? We also will need to complete a review and an update of our technology plan. Annually, we want to do that, make any updates, revisions with the technology committee that put the plan together. And then lastly, we want to start again moving towards a place where we have a strategic framework that is across the district, teaching technology literacy, developing digital skills for kindergarten through 12th grade. So those are some of the areas of focus in the coming months.
Thank you. So some additional highlights beyond those obviously rather key ones and ones that really directly impact students. We also have focused on creating and maintaining a centralized asset management system. This is important for us to be able to track devices, make sure that we can issue them appropriately to students, make sure that that we have a single repository for our mobile device inventory, make sure that we can accurately and adequately ensure that devices are fixed, addressed, make sure that students have those in their hands at all times. It's important in a one-to-one program, obviously, that you are one-to-one, meaning every student has access to that device. If one student in one of our schools does not have access to a device, we are not one-to-one. So that is our key priority, is to make sure that that is the case, and this helps to support that program. We also centralize support, are working to centralize support for our warranty repairs and all those, the insurance claims, all of those kind of things as well, making sure that we're taking the burden centrally as much as we possibly can to make sure that we're sustaining that program. So we have implemented Destiny Resource Manager for the check-in and check-out of devices. And as you can see from the picture there, and I can't promise you that that room looks exactly like like that all the time, but we have in collaboration with Elizabeth, our purchasing director, who is fantastic. We've been able to put that together and really use that as a sort of a center of operations for our one-to-one distributions, which is fantastic. Lastly, we have just a handful of other things that we've made some really good progress on. We have deployed a work order system district-wide. We launched that back in August. That has actually been very well received. I know there have been a number of folks that have had certain concerns with it. It is a change. It is, however, I would say, a very well-established best practice in all large IT organizations to be able to make sure that we can adequately take in work orders, distribute those to the folks that actually need them as is in a prioritized way, and make sure that the tickets get to the technicians that can actually resolve the problem as quickly as possible. One of the other things that has helped us to do is make sure that we can appropriately prioritize tickets, because technicians can see all of the work that they have that's assigned to them in one place. They can say, I have a school over here with a teacher who can't teach, and I have a school over here with a printer that's not working. I'm going to prioritize the teacher that can't teach. And that's all visible to us. That's visible to technology management, and that is helping us to provide a better, more equitable service to our schools. We are continuing to maintain, and this is not news to you, we're continuing to maintain a set of core digital platforms. Key among those is Google Classroom, and we are certainly encouraging all of our instructional staff to maintain those by making sure that we have instructional materials available in those systems. And one of the things that Craig will obviously be focusing on over the coming months and years is supporting our teachers to be able to use that as effectively as possible in helping create digital citizens. Finally, we are continuing work, and we have done I think a pretty good job of managing a difficult situation in that we have a lot of digital tools, that's apps and different applications, websites that do collect student data, making sure that we are managing those appropriately and ensuring that the vendors that we use for those tools are in compliance with not only our strict requirements for sharing data, sharing student data with those services, but also with federal and state laws around that. So I can report that currently we have 137 approved tools. That means every single one of those has gone through our rigorous process for vetting those and making sure that the vendor has signed our student data sharing agreement, and make sure that it has gone through an educational review through our educational services team, which we appreciate they're supporting this as well in making sure that it has educational value as well. So those are updates on that. Those are obviously some key updates. There's a lot more I could share with you, but I don't think you want to be here. Well, you're going to be here all night anyway, probably, but let's not make it any longer. So if you have any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. Trustees, do you have questions? Go ahead, Trustee Fett.
I just had a few comments on the Chromebooks from a student's perspective. I personally love the Chromebooks, probably because I have a lot on my plate regarding stuff I do technology-wise, whether it's student board member stuff, essays, college applications, or club tasks. So it's been really beneficial to me, and especially all the students surrounding me at College Park. I think And right now I'm creating a big student survey. And one of the questions I am going to ask is, how do students feel about using the Chromebook? But from my perspective, it's very beneficial. I use it in all of my classrooms. And as you said in the presentation, it was a really good point on how you're introducing it to the modern tech world. I think that's a great point as well, especially introducing it for middle schools too. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Fowler. Any other questions, trustees? Okay, I do have a couple of quick questions because tech is something I'm interested in. One is hotspots. How are we doing on hotspots? Are students that need them getting access to them so they have internet at home?
Thank you for the question. Yes, that's a really important part of this. And it's a problem that we have nationally, is that we know that not all of our families are able to provide their children, their students with regular, reliable internet. In our community more broadly, it's about 8% of our families in our community, within the boundaries of our district that struggle with that. We were able to survey through the Bright Bites survey that all of our schools participated in, and found that that's a pretty close number to where we're at in terms of our school community families. And so what we've been able to do is, through the Emergency Connectivity Fund, which Craig mentioned, which has been able to provide us with devices for families that struggle to provide that for their students. The other side of that program is to provide connectivity. And so we've been able to acquire 1,598. Don't ask me why it's 1,598. I can tell you, but you don't want to be here all night again. But hotspots for our families, we have just acquired those. We are tagging those, and we are going to be issuing those to schools to issue to students in need of that. There are certain qualifications that families need to attest to. So it's a signature on a piece of paper, basically. But we will be getting those out as soon as we possibly can over the coming weeks.
Okay, so those have not gone out yet. I wasn't sure if they were going to be rolled out with the Chromebook in some cases at some schools, but it looks like they didn't come in time.
It's a different qualification. So basically, it's whether you have a device and then whether you have internet, and sometimes that's different for different families. So it is a different qualification.
Right. Okay. Well, so hopefully moving forward in the coming years, we'll be able to roll those out together. I know that in some districts during the pandemic, they were able to connect the hotspot to the Chromebook, and then check it out to the student all at once. So the student's not at home trying to figure out how to connect it all.
Yes, that's a challenge that's taking place across the country. I will say that in our federal infrastructure and transportation bill, there was a substantial amount of money set aside for broadband infrastructure. Much of that will go to rural communities, but I think we'll probably hopefully see some improvements as a community.
Absolutely. Yep. And then I just wanted to say on the, I noticed you talked about the PK-12 teaching and learning of technology, and just wanted to throw out, like I have done before. I'm a big fan of San Francisco Unified has something called csinsf.org. And so what they have created, and it's open source, free to anybody at every grade level, is curriculum for teaching computer programming and logic. So we don't have to necessarily reinvent the wheel. There are some of these things out there that we can begin to use right away. And so I'd love to see us moving along beyond just, how do you use Google, into how do we make sure that every student is really learning how to be the creators of the future, learning actual computer languages and programming. So just a plug for that. And lastly, I just wanted to mention on the insurance, as a parent, it was, kind of tricky to sign up for the insurance for each different laptop for a different kid and going online to do that. So I'm picturing a family that doesn't have a hotspot yet. Probably had a lot of trouble with that. That might have been what the office staff earlier was talking about trying to help people with. So I wonder if into the future, if we might consider the insurance requirements, or it's not a requirement, the insurance option for families that has been encouraged, whether we want to consider how much would it cost for us as a district to take that on for our Title I schools, rather than asking every family to pay the $20 or $25 for that. Okay, anything else on technology? Okay, thank you very much. Much appreciated. All right, that takes us to 12.2, staff presentation on TUPE. tobacco use prevention education support for students.
Good evening, Board President Cound, Superintendent Clark, board members, and MDU and Mount Diablo community. We are here tonight to highlight the work being done by various stakeholders to prevent or reduce tobacco use and nicotine addiction. We're going to start by introducing ourselves.
Good evening. My name is Emily Justice. I am the Tobacco Use Prevention Education Manager with Contra Costa County Office of Education. And I'm also a proud graduate of Mount Diablo Unified School District. So had to throw that in. I don't get to do that in any other board meetings. So had to throw that in there.
And I'm Megan Potmasel. I'm a school counselor at Riverview in Bay Point. I'm a lead counselor for the district. I'm also a TUPE coordinator.
And my name is Linda Pete. I'm Assistant Director in Student Services and the District Site TUPE Coordinator. Also representing tonight will be Diablo View Middle School. They'll be participating by video in a bit. So we're going to start. We're going to cover tobacco use among adolescents and an overview of the Tobacco Use Prevention Education Program. Then I'll share some updates. Then we'll have our video from Diablo View Middle School, and then Megan will talk about the work that she does and the brief intervention program. So I'll hand it over to Emily.
So I can honestly say that tobacco use looks very different than when I was a student at College Park High School, right? And I'm going to assume, based on the demographics, just by look in the room, that most of you, tobacco use looked very different when you were a young person. So I want to start by just kind of framing this issue of where we are now and what our young people are up against and what we are up against alongside with them as people who care about young people's health, adults' health, and working alongside with public health efforts. So first, some good news. The national data has shown that we did see a decrease in e-cigarette use in 2020 from an all-time high in 2019, and that's what this graph shows you. However, this comes with a big caveat that we all know that 2020, we faced a pandemic globally. And we know that some of the reasons that we saw such a drastic decrease was not because young people were not dealing with nicotine addiction, that young people were not, wanting to use these products, but access was greatly decreased during shelter-in-place orders. Also, the social isolation that came alongside the pandemic. We know that those were some of the big reasons that we saw that decrease. So we don't know yet if we're going to continue to see that unexpected, positive outcome from the pandemic, in that we saw a decrease in tobacco use. So we just don't know enough at this time. Also, while decrease is always a good thing, these rates are still far too high for tobacco use. When I started doing tobacco prevention at the county office about 10 years ago, we were on our way to a tobacco-free generation. And then e-cigarettes and vape pens have completely shifted the work that we do. So it's important that we look at both the products that young people are using when we talk about tobacco, as well as acknowledge that there's still huge disparities that exist because of Big Tobacco's targeting of specific communities and the related tobacco-related health disparities. So I just wanted to make sure I included that. So we did see a huge increase, drastic increase of disposable e-cigarette use during 2020. So while overall e-cigarette use, vape pen use went down, and you'll notice I use those terms interchangeably, that we saw a huge drastic increase in the types of products that young people are using. And if you aren't familiar with what disposable e-cigarettes are, I will show you another slide in just a moment. So you will, by the end of this presentation, have a very good understanding of what products we're seeing used among young people. So I know this is really hard to see, so I'll tell you what you're looking at. So this is the 2019 to 20 Mount Diablo Unified School District Healthy Kids Survey results. For on the left side is cigarette use, which remains very, very low across all grade levels. So that is good news. And that speaks to the success of public health efforts in in partnership with our education efforts at the school site and district level. So that's fantastic. I do want to note that the bottom, the 8%, is our non-traditional school students. So we still see disparities among our students who attend, independent study programs, alternative schools, continuation schools, and they often overrepresent other marginalized communities. So again, when I talk about the big tobacco targeting, these are some of the populations we're talking about. On the right side is e-cigarette use rates. So while cigarette use rates remain really low, we unfortunately see, consistent with state and national data, much higher rates of e-cigarette use. So quick quiz. How many e-cigarette products do you see in this picture? Got a 7? Several. Oh, I see. That was smart. Somebody sees 5, somebody sees 3, 6. So the answer is 6. So there's 6 examples of e-cigarette products within this single picture. And that's one of the challenges with this issue. If somebody was using a combustible cigarette in this space, we would all know very quickly. These products are in many cases intentionally very discreet. And so it's much more challenging for us to address this issue when it's hard to identify the issue to begin with. So a lot of our work, and Linda's going to talk a bit more about the work that we do through our tobacco use prevention education programs, it's not just with young people, it's with adults as well. It's with staff, it's with families, because we're learning about these issues right alongside our young people. So I'm going to just take a little bit of time to talk about the products that we're seeing used most among young people, and these are pod-based systems. So I think at this point, most people are familiar with Juul. So Juul is an example of a closed system. So this is a product that you buy the base system, and then you have to buy refills once you're done with it. And it's similar to kind of like a Keurig or a Nespresso, that they make you buy their pods or capsules to refill the product. So that's a closed system. And obviously Juul was the kind of leader among closed systems, and it led to a lot of knockoff products from other tobacco companies. And then we also see open systems. So these are similar. They still have a pod, but they can be refilled by the user with e-juice. So closed system, open system. The newest products that we're seeing, and we saw this even before we went under our initial shelter in place, was disposables. So disposables are very similar to closed systems like Juul. Actually, a puff bar is almost identical in size. However, once somebody uses it, they throw it away. So you buy a whole new product. So that's the key distinction. One of the challenges with these products is that they are a huge loophole in flavor bans at the national level. So Juul cannot be sold in fruit flavored, fruit flavored e-liquid. Disposables can be sold in thousands of different flavors because they skirt the flavor ban, which I want to pause and say reiterates the importance of local efforts. And I want to thank you, because I know that you all are our partners in prevention with regards to what's happening at city level, with making sure that we're reducing access to these products for young people. And
Can I just ask you a quick question on that?
Sure.
So the recent Walnut Creek ban
Yes.
on flavors, does that apply
it
to all
should
of these?
include all tobacco products, which would, because of how the state defines tobacco products.
Great.
So it should include all of these products. Same with our
Perfect.
county.
That's what I was hoping.
policy.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yeah. That was a great question. Okay, so I also want to note that one of the most alarming things about pod-based systems is the amount of nicotine content in these products. So a pack of cigarettes, the user ends up ingesting about 20 milligrams of nicotine, 1 milligram per cigarette. A Juul pod is 0.7 milliliters. Most pod systems have about 5% nicotine strength. And that is the equivalent of 2 packs of cigarettes worth of nicotine in one device. Puff Bar Plus is slightly larger. It's closer to 2.5 packs of cigarettes worth of nicotine. And then we started to see an increase in popularity in kind of these plus products. So Puff Bar Plus, larger tank, larger pod systems, larger amount of nicotine. And then unfortunately, as students have resumed being on campus, we have administrators contacting us and educators and even young people telling us that other young people are getting caught on campus with these products. And what we're finding is products like Flume and Hide Retro, and there's even some more that we've learned about in the past week or two. And these are what we're calling max products. A Flume, which is an 8 milliliter tank, has the equivalent of 400 cigarettes worth of nicotine content. So 20 packs of cigarettes in one disposable device. Yes, I feel the same way with like the wide eyes. Yes, I'm still trying to like process this information. And unfortunately, a couple products we've learned about most recently have even double that. So obviously very concerning, the amount of nicotine in one device, and the fact that these products can be used continuously is very different than how people use combustible tobacco products. So this is, oh, go ahead.
I was just curious, how much does one of the Flume devices cost?
Oh, that is a fantastic question. A colleague on our team saw it the day after we found out about them. She saw them at the store, $13.
Versus the expense of a pack, a carton of cigarettes.
Which is $9, $10 now. Yes.
Okay, thank
Yep.
And these are sold in the city of Concord,
Yes.
very
they
near
are.
to our schools.
Yes. 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 They're sold everywhere. Our office is in Pleasant Hill, and a colleague saw it at a store near our office. Yeah. Yes. So really alarming nicotine content. Also, there's a distinction between some of the earlier e-cigarette products, which I didn't go into the history piece. If you want to know more, you can go to the county website. We have webinars that go over the whole history of these products. But this is actually from Juul Labs themselves. The original products on the market used freebase nicotine. It's very harsh. So the products couldn't have a high amount of nicotine content because a user couldn't use it. These newer products, which Juul led the way, use salt-based nicotine, which has been pH balanced to be less harsh, which is why they can have such a high nicotine content in a small amount of liquid. And so it most closely mimics how nicotine travels to the brain as a combustible cigarette. And we also know research shows that adolescents who vaped were 3 to 4 times more likely to report cigarette smoking within a year. So what we're finding, again, is that young people who never would have used a combustible cigarette, who would never started to be a tobacco user, are becoming addicted to nicotine through these products. And as I'm sure everyone in this space knows, the adolescent brain isn't fully developed until around the age of 25. And so nicotine in particular is so harmful to the developing brain. Young people are more likely to, they're more susceptible to the addictiveness of nicotine and the other harms related to it. And we know that, 90%, 88%, 90% of adult tobacco users started under the age of 18. And so we know that the number one best way that we can prevent use is to, or prevent adult use and prevent adults struggling with nicotine addiction, is to prevent our young people from becoming addicted to these products. And so that's really the primary focus of the work that we do. And we know that now is the time, because it's really rare for an adult to begin using tobacco products. And so if we can prevent or reduce use now, it's much less likely that they'll deal with these issues in the future. So I am going to pass it back to Linda.
Okay, so what are we doing in Mount Diablo? We have a lot of programs in place to try to reduce tobacco use. We are supported by a grant from the County Office of Education. And with that grant, for example, if you've gone on our campuses, you've seen those signs that say, they used to just say no smoking. But now the sign says no cigars, no e-cigarettes, Juul. We used our funding to create those signs, larger signs. They're on every campus so that people know if you're using our facilities, it's not just no tobacco, but none of those products on our campuses. And so we upgraded those in 2019. Another thing that the county office does with us with the grant is the Cal School surveys. Every other year, we're surveying our students to see what they're doing, how we can support them. The schools get the data back. We use it for our safety plans. We have our site surveys. We have our parent surveys. That is valuable data that we use, and that's part of the grant. Our middle and high school students are offered curriculum that we use to help reduce tobacco use. The middle schools use a program that's called Project Alert, and the high schools use Project Toward No Drug Abuse. And we have site coordinators on all of our middle and high schools who work with, it's usually science teachers or PE teachers that give our students the information through the curriculum to try to reduce tobacco use. All of our sites also have peer educators that we help, well, they do different activities, they do presentations to help motivate other young people to avoid using tobacco products and nicotine products. One of the big benefits of working with our County Office of Education is the staff development that they provide free to all staff. They provide family presentations about drugs, about nicotine, which includes some marijuana. They provide information. We work with other agencies through the county office to educate our school nurses, our counselors, administrators, brief intervention as an alternative to suspension. All of that is provided to us, and we work together to get our students to avoid using tobacco and nicotine products. Also, with the funding, we buy posters. We use the funding to get the little bracelets and the red ribbon pencils. We're messaging. Messaging is huge. And our county office works with us. They go to school sites. They can present for parents, for any role group, so that we are messaging to our community that we want our students to stay healthy and reduce tobacco and nicotine addiction. Some other things that we do, in the next slide, we're going to see Diablo View Middle School, hopefully in a video, and we will hear what they're doing at their site to reduce tobacco use.
I'm Anakin and I'm a 2P peer educator, and I think it's fun to help the kids and also play games with them.
I'm Brooke Rooney and I love being a
Can't hear.
part of 2P because it's a great experience and I love doing the classroom activities so I really get to know the students.
My name is Leah and I like being a 2P peer educator because I have someone in my family who smokes and I would like to find some way to help them.
So, my name is Cynthia Burrington and I am the 2B site coordinator at Diablo View Middle School out in Clayton. I'm also the coordinator for our fantastic 2B peer educators. 2B is a great program. We do a lot of interactive activities, have fun while discussing the serious nature of vaping and tobacco use. My role is also as a classroom teacher. I deliver Project Alert, which is a 10-lesson curriculum. That's probably the most effective component of 2B. It is an interactive curriculum that teaches students not only the dangers of vaping and smoking, it does it through a very fun format, and we practice our refusal skills, which are valuable in many different areas of their lives, and we just have a great time. I found the
So now
Project
Megan is
Alert
going to
curriculum
present and talk
to be
about the programs
fantastic, and I know I have students who come back to me in following years, and tell
All
me how.
right, so some good news. We have an amazing intervention. It's called Brief Intervention. I'm just going to take a couple minutes and tell you guys a little bit about it.
But also how to
Brief
say
Intervention
no.
is a counseling
So
type intervention.
we
which
highly
was created by
recommend
Dr.
the
Kenny
2P
Winters.
program for
It
all
consists
schools. Thank
of
you.
about 2 to 4 sessions for adolescents, students who are using drugs or alcohol, including nicotine. The good news is many, if not most of our secondary counselors at MDUSD have been trained. I've been trained 2 or 3 times, just it's always good to have a refresher, and are using it currently at their sites right now. So Brief Intervention is designed specifically for students who have a short history of use. They have a low dependence. So it's not for students who are highly addicted and have been using for a long time. In that case, we would refer out some sort of triage outside of the school. And it basically has 3 objectives. The first is the student will take an active role in their decision about their own behavior. The second is the student will receive personalized assistance in weighing the personal costs and benefits associated with their use. And the third is that the student and adolescent will be supported in developing a plan to help make those decisions they see as beneficial. So Brief Intervention is a little bit different than, we're not sitting there and saying, don't do drugs, they're bad, stop, right? It's really partnered with discipline and meeting the student where they're at. Do you want to continue? If so, why? And if you continue, what are the costs and what are the negatives to that? And having a really kind of like a peer-to-peer discussion almost. The program is to help the students explore changing if that's something that they want to do. And if they do want to change, what are those changes and how would they accomplish them? As I said, you meet the student where they're at, and we're using motivational interviewing, we're using cognitive behavioral counseling and the stages of change in order to model the students' needs. So on campus, typically if a student is caught using or in possession or, at a football game or dance or whatever, parents are obviously notified, and then the administration would let the family know that this is an intervention that the student would be asked to participate in at school with their counselor. It is encouraged that it is an alternative to suspension, right? We know that, we were all in high school, that if you get suspended for using, what are you going to do when you go home? Probably use, right? So we want to avoid that, and we want to have conversations. Now, as I said, it's for students that are in the experimentation phase, right? There's obviously more discipline for distribution, et cetera. I won't get into that. At the end, also involving parents, during the 2 to 4 sessions, there is an opportunity, and it is encouraged that during the Brief Intervention, they are meeting with the parent kind of to close the loop. There's still an essence of confidentiality, but we want to make sure that the school and the parent are all on the same page. And we have found that the most success with students making better decisions about their use of nicotine and drugs and alcohol happens when everybody's on the same page. So that's a little bit about Brief Intervention. I have found it to be extremely useful, and at Riverview comes in handy more than I would like. But it is an intervention and has definitely been a way for us not to suspend, but to offer support for the student.
All right, that concludes our presentation. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much for this great presentation. Trustees, do you have questions? Trustee Anzebi.
Believe it or not, I used to be a tobacco control advocate. Earlier in my career, I was served on the Contra Costa Tobacco Control Coalition and the Alameda County Tobacco Control Coalition. But you said 10 years. I'm like, oh, it predicts. Yeah. Anyway, but my work is mostly around not behavior, but around secondhand smoking and multi-unit housing, tobacco tax, and all of that. And so what piqued my interest is the FDA decided last month or the month before to allow for marketing of e-cigarettes because they're less harmful than cigarette use. And they say that they were comfortable doing that because for kids, they're less likely to lead to more harmful tobacco use, which is cigarette use. And so I'm curious how we're reconciling that, or what is the brouhaha in the tobacco control community around this?
I can, yes, I can definitely speak to that. So what I can say is that the tobacco industry has definitely commandeered the term harm reduction, and not with the same meaning as those of us who are in education and public health. We've been doing harm reduction for a very long time around these issues. And so that's definitely something that there's disagreement as far as, you know, where the potential benefit outweighs the risk in setting young people up for nicotine addiction. And Truth Campaign, which is a recognized national organization, they put out an excellent statement on harm reduction that I highly recommend. That was one of my first reads after the FDA's decision. And they really do kind of tease out what we really mean by harm reduction. It doesn't mean a free for all of products, right? It does not mean an unregulated market because of the impact on young people. And then they had some great data around, you know, the hope was that adults who are dealing with nicotine addiction would switch or quit with these products. None have been proven effective as a cessation device. But what we're finding is that there's been an increase more so among young people. There has been an increase among adults, but it doesn't coincide with a decrease in combustible tobacco use. So there's still so much that we don't know. So I hope that answered.
Yeah, it's still a curious decision.
Yeah.
Other questions? Trustee Feller.
This was very informative. I had no idea. I'm a very social person. I'm around this stuff all the time. Like I do go to parties, like I see it everywhere. And I had absolutely no idea it was 40 cigarettes in the flumes. They look like little markers. So you literally have no idea. Like I think it's a pen when I first saw it. I was like an actual, like something you can write with. And so it's insane how harmful it is. I'm actually going to post this on my student board member Instagram and share it with everyone I know because this is insane. I've seen people go through nicotine withdrawals and it's extremely common. And I only go to one high school and I have a lot of friends at my high school, but imagine everyone else in middle schools and high schools as well who are using this product. I had a question that I'm not sure if you can answer this. It's so sorry to put you on the spot a little bit. But I have not really seen the curriculum introduced to prevent this. I've seen all the posters and like the pencils. I've seen it a lot in elementary and middle schools, but I haven't seen it as much in high schools. I know it's highlighted in like our study session announcements. I know it was highlighted that one week, but how would you introduce this to high school students more to get them more involved?
I can work with your site coordinator and make sure that they have the support that they need to promote the program and make sure that the teachers are also teaching the complete curriculum. Sometimes it is challenging, I'm sure with the pandemic and trying to get caught up on the learning loss from schools being closed, there may be some challenges, but we really expect all of our sites to use the curriculum. So I can follow up with College Park and work on making sure, well, for all of the sites. And that's something that we do. We have regular site coordinator meetings to support all of our site coordinators and our teachers. I'm gonna guess we just have to work a little bit more. So thank you for sharing that. I will definitely follow up with College Park.
No, yeah, that's great. And I can also ask, I have a few students in the student advisory committee from each high school and see their input in it and if they've been introduced to the curriculum as well and get back to you on it. Because I feel like it's really important, especially for high school. I see it every single day. And I hope that these students and my personal friends know how harmful this is.
And the county website is an excellent resource for all of our friends, all of our families in the community. This industry is targeting our students and trying to deceive us to have these devices. I mean, we think our kid is plugging in a flash drive, and that's not what it is. There are even hoodies that kids can use so they can just vape real quick and then we don't know about it. So check the website. Any trainings, we always put it in the district letter. But we really have to educate ourselves and our community so that we can get this reduction and save our kids.
Thank you.
Just a follow up on that, is there a list maybe on the MDUSD website of who the TUPE coordinators are for each site where you'd be able to contact them if you're a parent or a student at that site?
It is not on the district website. That is a great idea. We can look at doing that. And I can also ask sites to add it onto their staff listing on their
Just so people
website.
know who to contact at their site, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
And then also I know that our board did, pass a resolution, January of 2020, was it now? Asking all of the cities within Mount Diablo School District to pass the same ordinances that the county had. And so we're really excited that Walnut Creek has taken that step, but we still have a long way to go with our other cities. Is that something that, and Bay Point is unincorporated, so they're part of the county. Did you actually see any benefit there? Or are students still able to access, because the ban of the sale of flavored tobacco and vape devices in unincorporated county would include Bay Point, but if students can still buy it in Concord, maybe it's not going to be effective until we actually get all of the cities on board.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that'd probably be a better question for our public health partners to answer, but I know at our Contra Costa Tobacco Prevention Coalition meetings, we have been asking those questions of like, okay, so this went into effect, what impact is it having? But it's true, because it's not the whole county, which some people think. They're like, oh, Contra Costa passed this. They think it's the whole county. It's like, no, it's just on unincorporated.
Right.
And so we just have pockets that are kind of protected, but there's still a lot of work to be done.
And in fact, we brought that up, Dr. Clark and Trustee Mason and I, when we met with the mayors of all of the cities to ask this year, to ask them again to pass those laws. So please keep us informed if there's anything else that we can do to work with you to advocate for our cities to actually prevent the sale of flavored tobacco and vaping devices. We're in contact with those elected officials all the time and would love to get that work done. Thank you. Anything else? All right, 12.3, report to the board on the results of the November 2021 public auction.
Yeah, Elizabeth, you gonna do this? Or do you just want to be available for questions? Yeah, so why don't you go ahead and just introduce what it was?
I will do that. Hi, Elizabeth McClanahan, Director of Purchasing. So we took these items to the board last spring, long time ago, in February, and we finally got them out on the auction board. So as I promised last spring, I would bring them back to you as to what our proceeds were for those, and our intention. We'll be taking this money and rolling it into the replacement vehicles that are on order. So are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions, trustees?
I appreciate the effort. It disappoints me that the dollar amount is so small for that entire effort, but I guess the plus side is that they didn't end up in a landfill or a junkyard somewhere. So thank you very much for that.
Agreed.
effort.
Yeah, I believe I hope to see a higher profit on the next one. These vehicles were in a pretty much scrap repair. So people bought them for parts. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Glad to see their parts are going to use. We definitely needed to get them off our hands. All right. Item 12.4, Fiscal Crisis and Management Assistance Team, Fiscal Health Risk Analysis Report.
Yep. So again, when we had FCMAC come to our district and visit and kind of give us a checkup, they left us with a series of recommendations, and Dr. Gonzalez and her team has been following up on those. And so I turn this over to Dr. Gonzalez.
what we're doing as part of our commitment to the board as well as to the community is to continue to bring this forward. We do have all of the updates on our business services website. We had Dr. Rubio, who is, oh, I'm okay. We have Dr. Rubio, who's our Chief of Human Resources, also provided a number of updates this time as well. Happy to answer any questions that the board has. I don't think we need to go through all 20 plus slides.
Thank you very much, trustees. Any questions or comments on this? Trustee Mason.
I would just comment that I really appreciate the regular updates, and I was able to go through and see where we still need to make changes and where we've made growth. And so I know it's got to be time consuming, but I like the fact that we're paying more attention to where we are instead of waiting till the end of the year. So thank you for that.
We appreciate the feedback. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I just wanted to mention or ask under section 5, which pertains to charter schools. It talks about Eagle Peak specifically. And are we also applying the same effort to Rocket Ship?
Yes, we are.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Really do appreciate that. This is very important work, and it's good to see that we are making progress throughout the course of the year. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. That takes us to 12.5, one-time funded staff positions.
Back in May, when we brought to you the Expanded Learning Opportunities Grant that was part of Assembly Bill 86, at that point in time, we were very transparent with the fact that we were receiving a lot of one-time dollars and we had many needs. We also know very clearly that you never want to spend one-time funds on things that eat and breathe. And I know that everybody's become very accustomed to that phrase, but we knew that we had to do that because we have students that have some notable needs this year. So in order to sort of break that best practice, what we committed to do is bring you updates in a staffing spreadsheet that shows exactly what positions have been created with one-time funds. We also wanted to make sure that there was no confusion because there are a number of different ways that we can look at one-time funds. So we'll bring this to you quarterly, but what this shows, and I realize it goes through a number of pages, and unfortunately there's no easy way to present this, but it shows the breakdown of the funding sources in the first couple of pages. So whether it's the ESSER 3 funds or whether it is either of the two AB 86 Assembly Bill funds, those are all there. And then what it then does is it breaks down positions according to school site. And then a little later in all of the pages, I believe it's in here, we're also including site-funded positions that are one-time as well as the ones that are being funded from the PTAs and the PFC. So I know that over the course of the last couple of days, there was a question that some of you asked, and it had to do with the fact that could some of these positions come back next year? Absolutely, they could. We always start working in budget development to make sure that all of our site administrators and those that are in our departments who have positions that it looks like are one time, if they're going to bring those back and they can identify the funding source and they go to their PFC or their PTA and they have it agendized and approved, yes, we can go through that process of making sure there's no disruption there. So that's really what our goal is, and we will continue to bring this forward. And if you have any other suggestions for other ways that you would like to see this information run, we would be happy to provide that for you.
Thank you very much. Other comments, questions? I think just the formatting piece, if there's any way to get that left-hand column to copy down on the future pages, I'm not sure.
I have my fabulous administrative assistant who will help me in the future.
Some point in time.
Congratulations, Nicole.
But thank you very much. It's very important for us to see this. Okay. All right. That takes us to 13.0 board member reports. Who would like to start? Trustee Nzeri.
I have quite a few events to get through, so just bear with me here. Because of the one meeting we had in November, there was a lot of stuff I did. Well, I think I did. So the first thing was I'm a part of Interact. It's a community service club at College Park. And on Sunday, the 14th, I went to Pleasant Hill City Hall on behalf of some of the other members of Interact at College Park. And I handed out lanterns and glow sticks to the community to celebrate Pleasant Hill's 6th anniversary. It was a really great event. And it was after this pandemic, it was nice to see all these people gathered. And it was really pretty as well. If you want to look at my student board member Instagram, there's posts about it on there too. And I also attended the Core and Extended Novel List revision meeting. At the meeting, we compared the MDUSD novels list to the other surrounding difference, which was very informational. It was basically just an introduction meeting to the committee. It was very productive. We got a lot of work done, and there's a couple meetings, I think, next year. I know there's one in January, I believe, maybe an upcoming one next week too. And I'm really glad to be part of this committee because I think the novel list does need a lot of help. And I can't wait to get student voices on the committee as well from the student advisory committee. I know a few people were interested, and from the Black Student Union at College Park as well. In the California Student Board Member Association, which I am a part of, I serve as the director of partnerships, so I contact with other organizations. And within CSBMA, we do a lot of workshops, and I attended one about the LCAP with the former student board member from Albany. It was the former trustees Michelle's great friend as well. So it was nice to see him and nice to learn about more about the LCAP in depth. And then also within the California Student Board Member Association, I'm really proud to announce that I'm also the head of the National Expansion Task Force regarding creating a National Student Board Member Association. And as of now, we have 58 members from across the country in the organization. So 58 members of student board members across the whole entire country. So we've got some from Maryland, New York, Oregon, Arizona. It's just amazing to be a part of this. It's very beneficial as well regarding how to get student voices heard. So I've learned a lot from them. The CCEE, the California Collaborative for Educational Excellence, reached out to me to create a video about myself and student voices on behalf of MDUSD. I presented the video to the governing board of the CCE, and in my presentation, I discussed what the district is doing regarding the LCAP, the SACE program, and the social emotional learning aspect from a student's perspective. And I also included a lot of the civic engagement I've done regarding all those topics. Okay, I'm almost done, guys. I also attended the CSBA conference in San Diego, which is an absolutely amazing experience. I finally got to meet all my friends from the California Student Board Member Association because a lot of them are from SoCal. Yeah, so it was so nice to meet all of them finally. As well as one of the governing board members I presented to was there, Tony Thirdman from the CCEE. We've got a lot of acronyms here. I also gained a lot of insight on how to better connect with the students that I will be implementing into this district, and as well as how to appoint the next student board member. I feel like the process last year, with appointing me, I mean, it was pretty easy, I'm not gonna lie. So I hope this year we have more an in-depth appointment of a student board member, but I'm happy to be it, of course. And then for College Park, I did get Student Spotlight of the Week again, which was amazing. I also got Student of the Month in my English class, so I'm really living lavish out here. The next Student Advisory Committee meeting is on December 15th, which is next week on Wednesday. And then lastly, regarding the negotiations, I did have a teacher in one of my classes hand out a paper with a copy of an email to send to the board about teachers deserving a raise as an extra credit assignment. And I do believe teachers deserve a raise, yes. But I don't think it's fair to make it an extra credit assignment for students. It not only just puts me in an uncomfortable situation, but the students around me, because I feel like they're not really educated on the topic. And even as a student board member, I am not a part of closed session. I'm not a part of negotiations. The students are being really affected by this negatively, and I'm really sad to see it as well, because at the end of the day, like, we're all adults. We all come together to make everything we pass is for the students. So that was a bit sad for me to experience. I know teachers are mad. I understand, but I don't think making an extra credit assignment about it was fair. Yeah, that was my board report, and thank you for bearing with me, everyone.
Thank you, Trustee Fowler. And it's so great to see how well connected you are, not only across the state, but across the nation with other student board members and student leaders. So
Yeah, actually, fun fact, in Maryland, I know 2 student board members have actually a full vote, and that was talked about a lot at the conference. The president of CSPMA, who I'm really close friends with, is really pushing for it. So we'll see what happens. Maybe maybe I can get these teachers a raise. Maybe we'll see.
all right, thank you, Trustee Fowler. Let's see, Trustee Nzeri, did you want to go next?
I love that Trustee Fowler lets us know of her accomplishments. And I think that as women, especially, we're naturally taught to downgrade that or to not be public about it. So I'm really glad that you're public about it. Congratulations on being Student of the Month and all the things. And don't stop promoting yourself ever. That just makes me so happy because I know I edit myself, believe it or not. So guess what, Trustee McFerrin, we've completed a full year on the board. So happy anniversary. What a year it's been. I made plenty of people mad, but on the flip side, I made even more people feel heard and seen. And in turn, they've made me feel heard, seen, and appreciated. And I'm very thankful for that. Last year, someone I admire and respect greatly sent along a calendar for the year of all the different cultural recognitions and asked that the board recognize all of them. And I pushed back a bit because really, what good is a resolution? But then I said, well, what harm is it? And that's none. So as we close out this year, I'm really proud that this board passed not only the expected resolutions, but we recognized so many months that have never been recognized before in this district. And for those who knew about them, hopefully helped make more people feel seen and heard. And with every resolution, whether it was written in or during our comments on the resolution, we provided resources for teachers to use in the classroom. I don't know if those recommendations died here with our voices, but I'm proud that we encouraged action, but we have a long way to go. As we sit in this room, I see that we're celebrating a dominant winter holiday, but there's a lot of winter holidays to be celebrated. I saw more examples of inappropriate and sometimes painful lessons on Thanksgiving this year during Indigenous People Heritage Month. Earlier this year, I heard a former student describe how she went to her old high school to get a copy of her transcript and waited for nearly an hour before realizing she was waiting because the staff assumed she didn't speak English and there was no one around who spoke Spanish, even though she speaks perfect English and perfect Spanish. I listened while Black parent after Black parent described to Dr. Clark the same stories of painful racist experiences at their children's schools. And my own daughter was called the N-word again on Monday this week. But this time, when she told the adults, appropriate action was taken. But still, it continues to pain me that we're relying on children to stand up for what's right. And it pains me that parents like me have to so fiercely fight to protect their children from other children, and sadly, even some adults in this district. It's not new, but given the work that we've done as a board this year, I'm really hopeful that as we go into 2022, I know we have another meeting this month, so this isn't like my happy year. I'm hopeful that the end of this BS is near. And then the return to school has presented challenges schools weren't prepared for, nor were ever meant to be equipped to handle. Our board has heard from teachers from many schools about how unruly children are behaving, how administrators aren't suspending children, how unsafe they feel. And I'm sure you've all heard about it even in the national news. I feel for teachers and staff on school campuses deeply, and I feel for our students. But what disappoints me by what the messages that we're hearing from teachers and staff is that while complaining that there aren't enough suspensions happening, and that's a very common theme, not one person is focused on how we need to be supporting students, children who are clearly hurting in some way. No one has said that the increased fights or other challenging behaviors are clearly a symptom of a deeper problem, and we as a school district should be doing everything possible to help figure out what our students really need. Every message has just included that there aren't enough suspensions happening or administration is too lax. What problem gets fixed when a child is suspended, and what changes once they return? I would guess nothing. So is expulsion the only solution? Do we have to get rid of all of our troubled kids? Our mistake, which I knew we would make and is playing out across the country, is demanding everyone return to school and return to normal. At my daughter's school, and I assume across the district, they did start the school year gently in August. But once September hit, it was like it was 2019. And there's no way we can pretend it's 2019 when most children and adults hadn't interacted in this way in a year and a half. But it's what everyone demanded. So here we are, and it sucks. Parents on my school's Facebook page have mentioned wanting police or security guards at school. But what will that solve? So I hope that everyone listening knows I care so much about the well-being of all in our community, adults and kids alike. And I think when in one of Anita's the sharing from one of the teachers, it focused on also needing needing to meet the mental health needs of our adults and our students, and we haven't done that. Nothing will, sorry. In this, I've got to side with the children though and center our students. I wish more folks were willing to find solutions that instead of jumping to solutions that just get rid of those students and harp on their challenging behaviors, nothing will get fixed without addressing the root of the problem, in my opinion. So here are some thoughts a teacher I really respect shared with me. And this is a teacher who has experienced all of the challenging behaviors. She said, I think we're in a place where we aren't able to see the forest for the trees, in the sense that while creating safe spaces around our kids who are suffering is necessary, we need to know what to do and who to call when one student is in the middle of severely hurting a staff member or fellow student. Do we create a calming room for a temporary place of rest? Do we physically pull them off the other student, or do we let things play out and hope for the best? Is there a mental health emergency number we can call? Those are all the direct ideas that we are looking for. And until we have concrete examples of how we can support a student while an episode is happening, other staff will always be quick to call the police, which is the worst possible outcome. Schools are a barometer of, she continues, schools are a barometer of larger societal issues, yet teachers are not equipped for this. We are not therapists, sociologists, psychologists, or emergency personnel. I repeated to myself all day that my kids aren't giving us a hard time, they are having a hard time. But educators need help, ideas, and systems in place because nothing is working. So back to my own words, in this room right now, including the folks watching from home, I'm surrounded by brilliant people that if we put our heads together with children at the center, we can create better school climates without treating students as criminals. And finally, please vaccinate your kids, get your boosters, and wear your masks. You could tell I'm tired of the emails about masks.
Thank you very much, Trustee Nzeri. There was a lot of content there. I'm taking it all in, but thank you so much for sharing your perspective today and always. All right.
And
Trustee
congratulations to the Valley Verde art show, which I got to see yesterday. It was beautiful. Thank you.
Trustee McFerrin.
All right. I neglected to share last time that I got my booster shot. Was that not so bad? So that was good. And I'm also really excited to share that on November 12th, I finally went on some site visits, which I'd been looking forward to. The last time I did some site visits, we were doing hybrid, and before that, preparing for hybrid. So it was really exciting to see our students and dedicated staff members like literally in action. So I started my day at Shadelands Preschool. It was wonderful to get to see the beautiful murals there and everyone preparing to greet students warmly. And then I ended my day at College Park High School. And in between, I got to go to El Monte, which I've been really wanting to go to. I saw some great activities around SEL with a circle in the morning of student sharing. I saw their really cute morning video and students singing along. Some of the students there was a riddle that they had to solve, and the class really wanted to show me how they came to the answer collectively. It's always a highlight for me to see students annotating text. I saw students looking for using context clues to identify new vocabulary, which thrilled me. Obviously. So I had a great time there. I also loved being at Mount. I always feel at home at Mount. And then I went to Riverview, which was, there's just nothing quite like a middle school during lunch, which is when I was there. So that was great. Let's see, then I ended the day at College Park. And there's just so much energy there. Was really impressed by how much they questioned me as I arrived. And I was very grateful for that. Actually, I really liked that it felt like a secure campus. I was able to catch like a little bit of the BSU meeting. And I saw it was very well attended. So very nice work, of course, as per usual. Let's see, I also attended the budget advisory committee meeting a couple weeks ago, where the focus was really on funding for transportation. And so that was really interesting. I did just one thing that I'm always trying to get tips. And I did hear that that tire prices go up in January. So if you know you have bad tires, it might be that you have not much time. It's almost January. So that was something I picked up from the presentation as well. I also was able to stop by the Valley Verde Art Walk last night. I was there when they were playing live music. I saw a really, really cute collection of art inspired by Picasso that students did. I think that the art is still there for a few more days, so I really would recommend going and checking it out if you're able to. And I want to thank the parents of the PTSA and all of the staff members involved in this great way of displaying student work. So I enjoyed it, and thank you for that. And that's all I have to share.
Thank you, Trustee McFerrin. We'll go over to this side. Trustee Mason.
Okay, this is probably going to be the longest report you guys have ever heard from me. Been a lot going on. First, I hope I'm not insulting people said tonight they don't like to be thanked, but I want to thank all of the staff at Riverview and all of the Bay Point schools for one of my favorite events. It used to be called the Great Turkey Trot Day, but we didn't give turkeys away this year because we couldn't get turkeys. But in collaboration with the Bay Point MAC, which I chair, and Golden State Water and Supervisor Glover's office, we got 75 combination of hams and whole chickens. And each of the schools in Bay Point got a combination of 16 of those. And then the food service staff, because we get the food from the food banks out there, had a lot of potatoes, so they pitched in the potatoes. The custodians helped us deliver them to the community liaisons and the administrators that come out. It's always a fun way to start the holiday season. And then I did go to the DLAC meeting, Measure C and J, which happened to all be on the same night, which is a challenge. I went to the event at Valley Verde. I went to the parent advisory meeting. Monday, I went to, I don't know how many people are familiar where Motel 6 in Pittsburgh used to be, but it was a place where our homeless families often get put up. It has been taken over by the county. It is now the Delta Landing Interim Housing, and they have 172 private rooms for individuals and couples, on-site wellness center, on-site case management, on-site laundry and refrigeration, a communal courtyard for residents, and ability to accommodate pets, because many homeless people won't come in because they're pets. Gavin Newsom was there like 564 days ago to announce this new program, and it's open and available for people now. That's very exciting for East Contra Costa County. And then I went to the CSBA conference. And so all of the people that come in public comment and talk, we listen and we hear you. And since I keep hearing how we aren't having the deficit problems that we keep hearing about, I spent all my time going to sessions about that. The first one was called The Strength and Weaknesses of Fiscal Projections, What School Board Members Need to Know in These Uncertain Times. And the bottom line is we all want to pay our employees what they need, but we have to be responsible. We're supposed to be responsible. And they said, if you have declining reserves, a declining ending balance, declining enrollment, sizable increases yearly on salary and benefits, and you're relying on one-time funding, then your deficit spending, you have a structural deficit budget and you better deal with it or it's only going to get worse. That was one session. And they emphasized that the multi-year projections are frustrating, but they're the only information we have to work from. So we do the best we can, knowing that they're going to change. And you never spend one-time funds on salaries. The next one I went to was layoffs. If you need them, are you ready? There they talked about the reason the schools across the state of California are facing layoffs is because of declining enrollment, using one-time money for salaries, financial uncertainty, and structural changes. The board's role is to use the information they get from the budget to make the decisions, but any questions referring the layoff should go to the superintendent. We're not here to make suggestions and propose scenarios. We're not here to eliminate people, but positions. And you don't want to underestimate how much work you're creating for your HR department when you're making these decisions, and they need to be given the time to follow through. The next one I went to was closing and consolidating schools in response to declining enrollment. The underlying message there was, if your enrollment is declining and has been declining and you haven't dealt with it yet, if you don't delay, you're going to be closing schools. I don't think anybody on this board looks forward to closing schools. The next one I went to was called Pure Politics, talking about what's going down, and the population in the whole state is going down. Currently, the state has more income than expected, but we don't know how it's going to be given to us. And even though they like to say we have local control now, it's going more and more back to categorical funds. We're being given dollars that we're being told how to spend, which isn't to our best advantage. And we can't decide, well, you know, they're giving us money for connectivity, but we're going to use it for raises. You cannot do that. There may be some help coming from STRS and PERS, fingers crossed on that. Expect more one-time funding with strings attached. When you meet with your representatives, they encourage us to all tell them one-time funding isn't helping us that much. There is some talk of possibly in the future funding based on enrollment and not ADA, which would be better for us. And then the last one I went to was federal actions and activities, where they talked about where you're getting a lot of stimulus dollars that have a wide range. Again, you can spend them on certain things. The good news is, even the ones that are coming in late, we can go back and charge things to them that we had to spend at the beginning of the pandemic. But again, there will be some money for Carl Perkins grants, good for us. There'll be more broadband money, good for all of us. There's going to be more money for school kitchens and meals. And there may be more money set aside for high poverty schools, special education, and increases in childcare. But they also said with the temperament in DC right now, who knows when that becomes available. So having said all that, I think I can speak for the whole board. We take all the comments seriously. We're doing our best to serve you. And with all this going on in the current world and the current situations, the Supreme Court and everything else, I want to just celebrate the first year of our new trustees and say, I am very proud to serve on a board of 5 other strong women. I consider our student a strong woman. We all come from very diverse backgrounds. We all come from various points of view, but the bottom line is we state our case. We agree sometimes, we disagree, but I don't doubt for a minute that every single one of us has the good of the students in this district at the heart of all of our decisions.
Thank you very much, Vice President Mason. All right, Trustee Mayo.
Thank you. My report will pale in words compared to the words that have been shared tonight. And thank you to each one of you for sharing your comments. Simply, I was unable to attend CSBA conference this year because I have a 99-year-old father-in-law who will be 100 in March. He is a Pearl Harbor survivor and he is declining rapidly. And so we needed to be close to home this holiday season in the event that, you know, something happens, because we're all hoping for March 13th, 2022, because that is his personal goal. I was able to attend the November 17th budget advisory meeting, And along with Ms. Mason, I attended the Measure J, the DLAC, and the Measure C meeting, and I had another meeting in between all of those. So it's, I regret having to start one meeting, skip out, and then try and return. So I hope that eventually we might be able to stagger the meetings a little differently, or that our board appointments take some of that into consideration for the next board president. On November 30th, I was able to attend the beginning of the PAC meeting, and I appreciated the handouts and the conversation that I heard while I was there. And last night, the CAC meeting was postponed to next week because of technical difficulty with Zoom. I wanted to share that I'm very grateful to the Mount Diablo Unified School District community because the MDUSD Education Foundation did some promotion for Giving Tuesday, as we should. It was expected by our community members, I believe, and more than $12,000 was raised shortly before Giving Tuesday and on Giving Tuesday. So we want to thank our community members and as well the business who supported Giving Tuesday for our education founding. I met with a community member who wants to reduce the homeless population in our communities. And the individual's idea was that the health department and Mount Diablo Unified School District would work collaboratively to provide mental health support for students TK through 12 and improve students' academic learning so that their livable wages when they graduated from high school would provide them with housing, food, and basic necessities. This is a very admirable goal. I have never known Mount Diablo School District to miss an opportunity to work with our county health department and our mental health department. They have provided many services for us in joint ventures. For me, the solution requires us and the health departments and this individual to unite and lobby our policy makers for increased funding for both agencies and increases over time to address this issue. In my opinion, this is what also must be approached. We must approach this as a family matter, not just student by student, because it is a family situation. I'm hoping that all of us will watch legislation to see what's introduced in Sacramento this spring, and that we support mental health and social emotional funding that comes forward for schools and for our health departments. I also wanted to share that I understand that there's been a lot of questioning about the district's budget numbers, and I want to say that with confidence that I believe that our numbers are accurate. BICMAT has chimed in, school services, the County Office of Education, and consultant to the County Office of Education, and CDE are all cautioning us to be careful. Newspapers include Mount Diablo School District in articles about looming receivership. San Francisco, Oakland, Inglewood, even West Contra Costa, Sacramento City, and Newark are facing challenges. We have made a commitment to our current offer and for raises for our employees, but we recognize this will require major reductions over 3 years and longer, and the reductions will mean seniority bumping in every labor group. That is so painful. Increased class size, fewer program offerings for students, reductions in spending wherever possible, and reduced central services. But the board has made a commitment. After discussions for reductions begin, staff members and parents will demand, not my program, not my position. It is going to be very painful. The greater the employee increase, the more that must be reduced and the more pain that our district will have. But we've made a commitment to our employees, and we will see this through. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Mayo. All right, so I will conclude our board reports here. So I wanted to say that as I reflect on this past year as president of this board, I am so appreciative of each of you, my fellow board members, and Superintendent Clark, for all of your willingness to work as a team on the shared vision of providing excellent education for our students. And I know that all of us are deeply thankful, although I suppose they don't want to be thanked, but we are deeply thankful to every teacher, administrator, staff member who gives so much every day to make this vision a reality, even through all of the struggles of the global pandemic. So Vice President Mason, I want to thank you for your focus on equity needs in our schools. You're truly living your mother's legacy here. And Trustee Mayo, I don't know what we would do without your eye for detail on key policies and protocols, and your sharing what you've learned over the years of service on this board. Trustee McFerrin, I'm so glad that you bring your teacher's viewpoint to our deliberations and discussions, especially that you have given us a window into what it's like to be teaching during this pandemic and how that weighs in on our conversations and decisions. Trustee Nzewi, thank you for sharing with us and with the whole Mount Diablo community your words of wisdom about our core values of inclusion and equity, and above all, caring for everyone, our students, our families, our teachers, our staff, our administrators, everyone in this district. And Trustee Fowler, thank you for bringing student voice to this table, not only your voice, but the many voices that you're intentionally reaching out to from all across the district. And Dr. Clark, I'm so thankful for your leadership, especially this year in this district, keeping a steady course forward, focused on students through the many challenges that we faced. I especially appreciate how you work so openly and transparently, meeting with every board member, whether they're president or not, sharing information to all of our board members, and giving detailed information from every department, not only to us, but out to the public as well through the operations reports. Together, I think that all of us are building a learning culture throughout the district where we're willing to recognize areas that need improvement rather than hide them, and to really face tough challenges head on and do the deep work that it takes for systemic change. So that's my big thank you. I have a few updates beyond that that won't be as exciting. Should have done that last. Oh. Anyway, last week I did attend the State School Boards Association conference, where I enjoyed celebrating our Holbrook Language Academy with Principal Rubio, teacher Karen Hernandez, and Superintendent Clark. MDUSD, for those of you who may not have seen it, was awarded a Golden Apple Award in recognition of the excellent educational opportunities provided to students district-wide by this two-way dual language immersion school. And thank you, Lisa Gonzalez, for submitting that nomination. The conference had excellent speakers. We heard about many of them here from Vice President Mason. There was also the panel of student board members that Trustee Fowler referred to, and students tell it like it is. They were really, really good, inspiring to all of us, and how important it is for us to really listen and really hear what our students are saying. Dr. Victor Rios was one of the keynote speakers who spoke on equity and promoting prosperity for at-promise students. He was really inspirational, and I know that people are excited about possibly getting him involved in our district, and he has spoken at DVC as well. I was also very impressed by a workshop on mental health that featured the Stanislaus County Office of Education Lifeguard Initiative. And the thing about this was it wasn't just mental health for students, because that's often what we talk about when we talk about mental health. It was focused on teachers and staff. They found so much success. They actually started it in 2019, pre-COVID, right? And they found so much success in it that they decided to expand it to students. And they were very careful about how they designed it. They said, there's not an add-on, there's not one more thing for everybody to do, a big survey that everyone has to like administer or something. Instead, they designed it as a very quick, responsive daily check-in that is integrated with Aries right on the same attendance page that teachers are already looking at when they're taking attendance. It's research validated and meets all the requirements of the recently passed state mandates for mental health screening. And the most exciting part, they are inviting other districts and county offices to join in this. So definitely something I'm very interested in. They also featured an organization called Care Solace, which created a solution to calm the chaos of mental health care, basically streamlining that endless paperwork and bureaucracy of insurance and providers into a way for students to quickly access an appointment with the therapist they need in the moment. It's kind of amazing. So I also wanted to mention that with the recent school shooting tragedy in Michigan, that this is another reminder that secure gun storage is essential to keeping all of our schools and communities safe. I know we've put this out many times, but State Superintendent Tony Thurmond wrote that districts and school administrators must help educate parents and guardians about California's child access prevention laws. It is a crime for a person to negligently store or leave a loaded firearm in a place where a child is likely to access it. So you can visit besmartforkids.org for more information. They also provide free gun locks and all kinds of information for your schools and communities. Lastly, I appreciated being able to attend yesterday. Senator Steve Glazer recognized La Clinica as the nonprofit of the year for this region. And we just appreciate La Clinica so much for all they do to provide affordable, culturally appropriate healthcare in our community and schools. They've been a crucial part of making COVID tests and vaccines accessible to our students and our families, both at their location on the monument, but also at our school sites. And I think people who know La Clinica know this, but it is incredible that they offer all kinds of healthcare. It's also dental care. Also, Covered California is located right in their building. So what they were saying is people may come in without insurance, but they leave with health insurance. And they have volunteer and internship opportunities too. So that's something to keep in mind, particularly for our high school health pathways or any of the students that are looking for excellent volunteer or internship opportunities. So laclinica.org. So that is it from me at this point in time. So we will go to the superintendent's report. Dr. Clark.
President Count and the board, I just want to just say that I am not going to stop thanking people and showing our appreciation, and I think we need to continue doing that. But with that said, our meeting has gone into the late hour, and there are some individuals in this room who are here for item 19.1. And I want to recognize Kevin Honey, principal of College Park. I want to recognize Aaron DeMartini, principal of El Monte, and I want to recognize Cynthia Dunn, principal of Bancroft. And I also want to recognize Eileen Lee, who has been really stepping up and helping us out over at Oak Grove Middle School. And our principals go unnoticed, but they are caught in a very difficult situation, and they put in extra long hours. It's oftentimes can be very, very thankless, and they've already worked a full day, and they've been here at the meeting for 5 hours or whatnot. So I'm asking if we could just move item 19.1 up and do that item, and then I'll do my superintendent's report. And district staff is used to staying here through the night, so they'll be fine. But our principals,
let's take care of our principals.
our principals, are really, I just really respect them so much. So without any further ado, can we go into 19.1 and Jen and your team? Could you guys
Appreciate it.
podium.
Thank you.
Thank you.
19.1.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello. Okay. So I'd just like to introduce Dawn Edwards, who's our Assistant Director, who's been working very closely with this just fabulous group of principals here tonight that are representing a variety of different schools in our district. However, we just want to also recognize the work that all of our administrators have done alongside their school site councils and their ELACs to ensure that these school plans that have been developed are ones that are here for information and then will be brought back next week for approval at our next meeting. Again, these are very much a living, breathing document. So as changes occur, they can be edited. And so thank you, Dawn Edwards.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to thank the board and Dr. Clark for moving our item up. I am so proud to bring forward our 2021-2022 school plans for student achievement. It is the SIPSA time of year, and our sites have been working very hard with their school site councils and other stakeholder groups to get their plans ready for you tonight. And so if you have any questions, we want to be available here tonight to respond to those.
Okay, thank you. Trustees, do you have any questions for our principals?
I have a comment. I really enjoyed reading all of your reports. All of you made a point, because I haven't been to all of your schools well, I haven't been to many schools recently because of the world we live in. But like at Amante, I got a sense of the equity that you're doing and how important that is. And then at College Park, they talked about the arts programs and how important the career tracks are to them. And at Oak Grove, the Wellness Center, and how that's been able to be useful and helpful to the students. And Bancroft, they're always happy and with their garden program and with their dual language. So it's really appreciated the time it takes to do those, and you really personalize them and bring out the personality of the school, while also making sure you check all the boxes and do all the things that you need to do. So I appreciate the time and effort that went into those. And believe it or not, I go through and read them all.
Thank you, Trustee Mason. Any other? Go ahead, Trustee Fowler.
I wanted to thank the Oak Grove Middle School on their plan. They had the student site council, which is really useful because it's been hard contacting middle schools to get on the advisory committee. So now I got their names and I can send them a quick email. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to highlight Mr. Honey's amazing principalness at College Park. He's at all the BSU meetings. He's always interacting with students. I always see him chatting it up with students in the hallway and everything. So thank you, Mr. Honey, for everything you do at College Park.
Not only will we have read yours, I have read them as well, but we will also be reading a lot of the other reports. So thank you for your time and for everyone's time in preparing the reports, because they are important.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, how has it been this year in terms of trying to get your site council together? Because like last year it was all, virtual. Did you hold your site council virtually? Did you try to do it in person?
We're in a hybrid model. Kevin Honey, College Park, one of my favorite students right there. We've done a hybrid, and some of them we do a nuts and bolts meeting or kind of like a opening meeting. We did Zoom. On the day we did the single plan to go through it hard, we came together. So we had our first site council in 2 years as a group. And we're kind of doing every other one depending on kind of what's on the stake. If it's kind of a working meeting, we all need to work together and look at each other in the eyes. We go to a big room and we have the meeting there. If it's more of a business, it's quick and transactional a little bit, we've done Zoom. So we've kind of a little bit of both. I think it's been good. We've had 1 in person and 2 Zoom. So I like the flow of that.
So at Bancroft, it's very similar to College Park. We started in Zoom. When we needed to get together, we came together. Even still, some members couldn't attend in person, so we did on Zoom and in person at the same time. And a lot of electronic communications. I have a very active school site council this year. And so they've kept me on my toes and had really great ideas and feedback. So a lot of that also.
Fantastic. And then did you elect, how did you choose your parents and student members of your site councils?
We needed 3 new parents this year, so we did the nominations before school got out, and then and just due to time, because it all had to be virtual and through email and Parent Square, and then we did the election when school came back in August and elected our 3 members virtually through Parent Square and Google Forms and that platform.
And at the elementary, you don't have a student.
Same,
student
and our
member?
student, our Ian Jenny is our chairperson, which is great. I love having a student who is the chairperson of our site council.
I want to add at a wonderful IB candidate school that is working really hard on repairing community conversations and communications when we've had change. It's been the marvelous connections of long time family and community connections, specifically from the teachers and staff that love that community. For example, Martha Potts. She just retired after 22 years of uniting an entire family of students, parents, community members. And through her efforts, and of course the principal, Jasmine Montgomery, and her wonderful staff, you had resounding participation in the SSC for FPM and for the SIPSA going forward. So they meet during the day hours to accommodate families and their working needs, but they have a strong presence, and that continues. Students are involved, and so their voice and choice comes from this essence of an IB foundation, supported absolutely through the new programming to support SEL learning, Wildcat Wellness Center, and Family Purpose Program. It's been a marveled collaboration of professionals. So they really are resilient and expressing their love and to participate and further their rigor at the school. So thank you. Come visit.
Our parent groups are kind of a mix. Our site council by choice is still virtual, which has actually helped get parents who aren't on site council to attend. ELAC is in person, which that model has not changed, except obviously during the school closure. PTA is still virtual by choice. So they all had input on the SIPSA over multiple sessions and whether we were in person or virtual. We do not have a student representative at elementary to answer your question. What was the other question? Oh, nominations. We did them hard copy this year. So the last time we had to do them, we did them Google Forms because we weren't here. For our community, getting a paper home we find is more effective. So we did the old school nominations. We gathered them with the timeline. Then we sent out the ballots and collected them. For both, we had, I believe, 2 new staff positions and 2 new parent positions. And we did all those paper and returned to school tallying and then informing the community. Wonderful. Thank you. It's so good to hear all of the intentional outreach and involvement, and especially a student chair of the site council. Very impressive. Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, make a motion that we approve the 2021-2022 school plans for student achievement.
Thank you so much for that, but I just want to
I think this is
remind that it's
informational.
information tonight.
Yes.
Exactly. I'll be here next week again.
All right. Thanks so much. Appreciate your time. All right, Dr. Clark.
If I can get that presentation popped up there.
All right, so that was 19.1, and this takes us back now to 14.1,
Yeah.
our superintendent's report.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, I just want to start this meeting just again with being transparent, with keeping our focus on where it is, which is on our students. I always want to revisit these goals before any presentation that I do in public. And so, again, we want to make sure that our students all receive a high quality education in a safe and welcoming environment. Want to make sure that we have a high quality and culturally proficient and responsive staff who will provide engaging instruction, respectful to all students' backgrounds, and ensuring that they are college and career ready. And then we want to, again, make sure that our parents, our families, and community will be informed, engaged, and empowered as partners with the Mount Diablo Unified School District for student learning. And I just, we as a team work very hard at communication and making sure that our website has information, making sure that our Friday letter that we share with the public and we share with the board has information, that the organizational update is accurate. This board and our community is receiving weekly updates from every single department in the district. Like, I cannot go back and find when that has ever happened. And so we're really committed to goal number 3. Sometimes all the information isn't great, but it is the information. And then again, the work that we do with the board at providing the board with information. We want to stay committed to that. Then we're also committed to our relationship with CCEE and also the county office. And so we have our triangle there that focuses on learning acceleration, educational equity, and social emotional learning. Again, just always want to revisit that and use that to really ground us and keep us focused. So I'm a glass half full guy, and I know that we're in challenging times, and with the pandemic and with just the uncertainty of our society, of our country, of our Contra Costa County, I want to focus on the positive. And so community service last night, Dominic Machi received a community service recognition, the Mayor's Community Service Award. And we had a team who chimed in and viewed the Concord City Council meeting, and Dominic was recognized, and they had nothing but great things to say about him. There were 2 other folks who were recognized, and they do great things in the community, but clearly I was a fan of Dominic. And Dominic was very, very eloquent when he spoke, and he didn't take any of the credit. He gave it all to his staff. And so I think this was this was referred to earlier in comments. It wasn't anything that the district sent out. It was something Dominic sent out to his staff. And so again, he says, I share this recognition with all of you and for the courageous work you performed during the pandemic. You mobilized in 72 hours to feed the children in each of your communities and supported the distribution of 1 million pounds of donated food to your communities within our district. This act was unprecedented during an extremely challenging time for all of us. You are all unsung heroes in my mind, and so proud to represent you and our school district for this special recognition. So again, it's not Dominic, it's his team, and so we want to recognize Dominic as being one of our team members and recognize his team, bring them all in, and that's what I'm leading with. I also want to our foundation, that they raised over $12,000 during Giving Tuesday, and those dollars go right back into supporting our students, again, with STEAM programs. And so there was a partnership, with community members and with businesses to really come step up and donate to our Giving Tuesday. And so wanted to recognize the foundation for their work and their commitment to our students and community and teachers. This was, I pull a lot of this stuff off the websites and off social media and whatnot, but this is a photo of our DVC College Now program, and these are seniors participated in a carousel brainstorm activity with experts to prepare for their final, and juniors participated in a thesis evidence workshop to prepare for a history paper and presentation. So again, just want to highlight our College Now program. I think that's an excellent program that we offer our students. We had, you're actually going to approve this trip later on tonight. So we had the Concord High School Ladies First Choir had the honor of being invited to perform at the 80th anniversary of Pearl Harbor. And there was a bunch of pictures from this trip, but I think this really just sums it up. And again, you know, what a recognition to have Concord High School, you know, performing. And not only, I know it was recognized earlier about this strong group of ladies who we have leading our district. And here is our Ladies First Choir who had the opportunity to go and have Mount Diablo recognized on the national scene at Pearl Harbor, presenting their talents. And thank you to the staff who made this happen, and the families and whatnot. Mount Diablo High School, this picture doesn't do it justice, but they opened up their wellness center. And so again, so students can receive support and support with other students and have connections. So they had a grand opening past couple weeks. So this is one picture, and then this is another picture of the team. Again, it doesn't come out too well in here, but again, we have a team of support there at Mount Diablo High School to you know, to really help those students. I think wellness centers are something that you know, are just critical for students, and it really gives sometimes, and it's kind of like what we see in society with like law enforcement. Like you have a family that's having an issue and law enforcement responds when really it should be something else. But sometimes you have a student in a classroom who's having an issue, and they don't need to go see the vice principal or the principal to go be suspended or disciplined. They need somewhere where they can go, cool down, talk to someone. And I think wellness centers really you know, provide that opportunity. So when you look at solutions, you know, to some of the challenges our students are facing, I think wellness centers are a great model. And so I do want to highlight that. And we have several wellness centers throughout the district, but again, want to highlight this space that they've created and this partnership that they've created over at Mount Diablo High School. This is also a picture of our YV High debate team, and they were very proud. They went and participated in their first face-to-face debate in some time. They took 8th place, which I'm very proud of, right? I mean, we don't just celebrate first, second, and third, but they took 8th place. But if you can, the picture, I mean, this picture doesn't do it justice, but if you can see the look on each of these students' faces, you know, they are proud to have gone there and to practice the skill and to go and debate. And so, so just wanted to recognize them. You know, I have a focus here tonight on kind of secondary. Our secondary students and everyone surrounded with secondary, it's tough. It's struggling. People are struggling right now. Our kids are struggling. There's challenges in our community. They're struggling. And so I really just want to highlight some of those positive things that are taking place with our high school folks out there. This is also College Park performs at a jazz festival. I know we had a musical festival in partnership with BBC. There are many of our bands come and perform. And so this is, you know, Kevin Honey's gone, but I put College Park up there and just wanted to again recognize that as a parent and a supporter, as a parent of a musician and supporter of music. Wanted to highlight that. Then again, performing arts, you know, Northgate did Bonnie and Clyde. I've never heard of high schools doing Bonnie and Clyde play, but I guess, you know, I don't know, Trustee and Zaywe kind of has the, you know, she kind of my expert on plays and musicals and all that stuff. So I would imagine Bonnie and Clyde was a good thing. I didn't have an opportunity to attend, but I do want to recognize, you know, the work that goes into a student being on in a play and everything that takes, and the faculty advisors that help out, and the volunteers, and I'm sure that the parents who contribute or whatnot. And so want to recognize what took place over there at Northgate. I also want to say, as we're talking about one-time funds, this is you know, this could be directed to secondary, but we applied for a grant to get support on our COVID testing. And we have a partnership with the company now, and it doesn't cost us any money. They provide the nurses, but let's just say we had to pay our employees to do testing, which many districts do. We could have used that money from these one-time funds. So we have a bucket of funds used for COVID testing, but COVID testing isn't costing us anything now. And either we're going to have to give these funds back, or we got to find some way to use it. So we've come up with these rapid COVID-19 rapid tests that we are not going to use to use this as our testing model, but we're going to provide these to our families. So we're going to we purchased many of these. I don't know how many pallets or whatnot we purchased, but I know I see Elizabeth back there. She's nodding. But it's just something that, again, we got the holidays coming up. We have get-togethers and stuff, and if we can help our families or whatnot test or staff or whatnot, we're gonna make these available to as many people who want them. So something that Dr. Gonzalez and her team pulled together, and so want to recognize that. But we're gonna have to communicate, really what these are for and whatnot. But it's something that we do, want to provide a use for those funds when it comes to the COVID testing. So that's my PowerPoint. But I also just want to just touch on a few things. Is that I too attended the CSBA conference, and I want to say I received as I was sitting through the keynote and I was listening to these very, very articulate and powerful student board members. And then when I received an email from Trustee Flower first thing in the morning on Monday with questions and things like that, I was like, oh boy, so it's good. I was so pleased to to see her down at the conference and spend a little bit of time with her and to see the other student board members there. It is there was very valuable information being shared, and I know that as a district we have a set of challenges, and so we sort of divided and conquered and went to different workshops. But I was at some of those workshops with Trustee Mason, and was at some workshops with President Count as well. But I also went to others, and there's just myriad topics that are being shared out there, and it's really training for school board members on how to be good boards. And as I was listening to what other board members were saying and talking with other superintendents and board members and sitting in presentations, I really am thankful for this board. And you as a board, again, you all come from very diverse backgrounds. You're all committed to your positions. I don't think oftentimes that you're recognized enough for that. It really is a thankless job. You have very hard decisions to make, but your focus, and I've spent lots of time speaking with each and every one of you. You are all 100% focused on students and on student learning and equity of our students, and so that I think you need to be commended for that. So I really appreciate working with each and every one of you, and I thank you all for your service. And we're facing challenges right now, right? There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. But I'm proud to lead this district. This district has great people who work in this district. We provide great services for our students, and we're doing very good things. So again, our employees came out tonight and they shared their stories, and that's their experiences. But there's also, we have 3,500, 5,000 employees in this district, and they all should be recognized. And I know for a fact that you all respect them, each and every one of them, and appreciate them just as we all do. And I'm speaking for myself and cabinet and the whole administrative team. So again, thank you all for your service. And that concludes my reports. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Clark. Any questions or comments?
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. So with that, we get to the organizational meeting. So this is the annual Board of Education organizational meeting that by education code happens at this time of year, every year, where we elect our president and vice president and appoint our board secretary. So the way that this works is that we take nominations and hold our election of our board president. then that person takes over running the meeting from there, including the election of the board vice president. All right, okay, so everybody clear on the process? Okay, so with that, I'm going to open up for nominations for the board president for the coming year.
Madam President, I nominate Deborah Mason as president.
Thank you very much, Trustee Mayo. So we will now have a vote on that nomination. And I guess we do have the electronic. I'm sorry, I'm used to this. When we held the elections last year, we were by voice vote.
Don't you need to allow for other nominations? If there should be one.
I believe the process that we have traditionally done was to take a nomination, hold a vote on that person, and then if that vote goes down, we accept additional nominations. But Trustee Mayo, you have been here longer than me, so I would like to hear.
That's fine.
Are there additional nominations?
You need to ask if Ms. Mason accepts the nomination.
So good to have the experienced one in the room. Thank you, Trustee Mayo. Ms. Mason, do you accept the nomination? All right. Okay, we will move forward on a vote on this nomination. All right. Okay, so we'll start with Trustee Mayo.
Oh, we're not doing electronic voting? Okay. Aye.
Oh, I should start with Trustee Fowler as an advisory vote. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Is it aye or yes?
You can say either one.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee McFerrin,
Yes.
Trustee Nzewi,
Yes.
Trustee Mason.
Yes, thank you.
All right. I also vote yes. Motion passes. You've been elected, Trustee Mason. And with that, I will pass you the gavel.
We don't need the gavel yet.
Normally we stand, when we're in the boardroom, I'm also thrown off because we're not in the boardroom. Normally we stand up and move chairs and all of that,
We don't
but
really have
I
to,
suppose
but-
we don't really have to at the
No, we
moment.
don't.
Okay, so with that, Trustee Mason, President Mason,
Thank
I
you,
am
fellow board
going to give you the
members.
floor.
And I will open the floor to nominations for vice president.
I nominate Sharice Khan as board vice president.
Madam President, I'm sorry to interrupt. I did some research on this issue, and my conclusion is that unfortunately, Trustee Fowler is not yet authorized by either our board policies or by the legislature to participate in the nomination process for leadership of the board.
I have a question. Didn't Michelle participate last year in it?
And yes, in fact, she did, and which is what prompted the subsequent research on the matter. So based on current authority, I believe that going forward, my recommendation is that our board member not at this point does not have the authority to participate in the election process or in the nomination process for leadership of the board.
I'll do
That's
it
not
for
our
her.
opinion.
I'll do it
Clear.
for her
Yeah.
and nominate Sharice. Trustee Khan as vice chair, president, sorry.
It's odd. It's president with school board, not chair, but
Yeah. On behalf of Trustee Fowler, who will be sending more emails to Dr. Clark about the power of the students.
It's the law.
I'm gonna get that full vote. You better watch out for the next year's student board member.
all right. Are there any other nominees for vice president?
Well, I was actually going to nominate Trustee Nzewi for vice president.
Okay. So then the way we usually do it is we vote on the first one and then we vote on the second one. So the first nomination was for Trustee Cowan. Oh, would you accept? Okay, okay, so, and would you accept?
Okay, I will accept if that is the board's wishes.
Okay.
Yes.
So all those in favor of having trustee Cowan be our vice president? We'll start with Ms. Trustee Fowler.
Oh, this is so hard. Can I vote for both of them? Is that like, is that a thing? Can someone go first?
They won't take it personal.
Yes.
Okay. Trustee Mayo.
I'm going to hold my vote for another candidate.
Okay. Trustee Nzewi. Oh, Trustee McFerrin.
I'm following trustee Mayo's lead on this. I will also hold my vote for another candidate. I'm gonna give you a break.
All right, I'm going to make this easy. I'm going to vote for trustee Nzewi.
What, that's not even called the vote yet.
Oh,
That's
sorry.
not the vote yet. Okay, so I guess then we'll vote.
I'm going to
Okay,
make this easy. I'm going to withdraw my nomination. How about that?
okay, so now we'll vote on trustee Nzewi, and we'll start with trustee Fowler.
So I can vote twice. Yes.
Trustee Mayo,
Yes.
trustee Cowan,
Yes.
trustee McFerrin,
Yes.
trustee Nzewi.
This is only the second time I've won an election.
The first one was in kindergarten?
No, it was here. And I vote yes as well. So, okay,
Thank you. I feel so honored.
thank you. Congratulations. Just hope I make it all the time. I am planning to go to Italy this summer, so I'll warn you now. Yeah, that's true. It is. You're lucky. Okay. And I believe we used to appoint the superintendent to be the secretary of the board. Are you willing to do that, Dr. Clark?
Yes.
Thank you.
We have to vote on that, right?
Do we have to vote? I
Yes.
thought we just was, okay, so all those in favor of,
You want a motion first?
yeah, do a motion.
Madam President, I move the board approve the appointment of the superintendent, Dr. Adam Clark, to the position of secretary to the board beginning December 8th, 2021.
Do we have a second?
Second?
Okay. And now can we do this one vote on the, or should we do it, please? Can we do it up there?
Discussion.
Is there any discussion?
I don't think anybody else in this room wants the
No.
job.
Okay. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
Alrighty. And it passes 5-0 with concurrence from our school board member. Should we clap for? Oh,
Thankless job.
item 15.5, review and potential adoption of certificate of signatures for December 2021 to December 2022.
Yes. So we have dates in front of you.
No, it's a certificate.
This is the certificate of
Oh,
signatures.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Madam President, I move the board adopt the certificate of signatures for December 21 through December 22.
There a second?
Second.
Thank you. Trustee McFerrin. All right. Trustee Fowler, how do you vote?
Yes.
That passes 5-0 with concurrence from our school board member. Now we're on reviewing a potential establishment of regular board meeting dates, times, and location for the 2022 calendar year.
Yes, so we have dates before you. I have a couple of adjustments I would like to suggest to the board to consider. First of all, I just want to recognize that within our resolution, it says that we have given proper consideration and have been given that we've looked at the dates, and we've looked at the dates provided by the Anti-Defamation League and our Locust Jewish Community Relations Council. I know oftentimes there's been conflict with some of the holidays there, and so although we have vetted these dates, I just want to say that we unintentionally may still step on a holiday there from one of our local religious groups. And so I just want to recognize that we've done our best to vet those, but it's not 100%. So the couple dates in mind is, first of all, I want to look at August 10th, because our first day of school is the next day. And so again, I know that kind of happened this year. And so that's a date that I want us to take a look at. I also have a conflict on January 26th of a training that I need to attend. But also I want to bring up to this board is that as we come back from holiday break and we start going through January and February, there's going to have to be reductions of programs that we're going to be discussing due to our decline in enrollment and due to other budget issues. And so I would suggest that we add some additional meetings on the front end on these particular dates, so that we have enough time to make sure that the board has enough time to consider the recommendations that staff are coming through. So the dates that I'm proposing is, I don't know, I know I'm the secretary, so I'm supposed to be writing this down, but but our first board meeting in January is scheduled for the 12th, and so I want to keep that. But I think we should schedule a meeting for the 19th, which is the following week. And then we should also, and then I want us to scratch the 26th, but have another meeting on February 2nd. And then all the other dates would remain as listed. So adding January 12th.
No,
And-
12th January 12th was already
Oh,
set, right?
adding January 19th
Right.
and removing the 26th and adding February 2nd. And then when we get to August, having our meeting the week after, so it wouldn't be the 10th, it would be the 17th. Again, the first day of school, if that's not an issue, that's just something, it's the night before school starts the next day. We may have staff that comes out or whatnot, and we have the first day of school the next day. So, and I know district staff who's used to staying here late nights is fine, but if we have other staff that's here, that may be a challenge.
Okay.
Madam President, I move the board adopt resolution 21/22-39 by striking January 26th as a meeting date and inserting January 19th, February 2nd, striking August 10th, and inserting August 17th.
Very good, thank you. We have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Trustee Fowler? How do you vote?
Oh, I wanted to say thank you for moving the August meeting, because I remember this year it was a little stressful, like first day of senior year, and then before I had a board meeting, got home a little late. So thank you for that.
Very welcome.
Okay. And how did you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Passes 5-0 with concurrence from our school board member. Thank you. That takes us to the consent agenda. Any items to be pulled? If not, I will entertain a motion.
Can we ask a question without pulling something? A clarifying question?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask a question about? You know what number it is? The Oak Grove IB program, because we got a lot of emails at the end of the day. And I just wanted to clarify that what we're voting on is for funding for this year, as it's stated, for the diplomas and
You
stuff.
are
And it
correct.
doesn't have anything to
Yeah.
do with
Next
its
year.
continuation or its elimination.
Right.
Okay.
It's just to finish out this year.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Yes, but I do know that trustee Fowler had requested
17 and 19.
16, 17, 16, 19. So, yeah, so if we could pull those two items.
So what two are being pulled?
17 and 19.
We got Wendy, that's yours. 19. And 17. is, 26. Oh,
Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
and they can speak.
Ready?
Madam President, I move the board adopt the consent agenda with the exception of 1617 and 1619 that will be considered under separate action.
I'll second.
Any question before you move forward? No? Okay. Trustee Fowler?
Okay, so I wanted to point out for 1617.
We have to.
Oh,
First,
excuse
we're
me.
gonna vote on
Sorry,
that.
sorry, getting ahead of myself. Yes.
I did. Okay, trustee Flower, excuse me. Flower, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Passes 5-0 with concurrence from our board member. Now, we will go to what would be 17-1, right? Okay.
So this was about the California apprenticeship initiation, and I wanted to shine a spotlight on this item because I'd love to get the word out about this beneficial program. I read a lot about the presentation. It was in our agenda, and I put in bold in my notes here that it specializes in school to work programs for high school students, often in their junior or senior year. So as a student board member, I just wanted to let everyone know I'm going to get the word out about this to see if any students would be interested in getting college and career readiness as this program offers. And then for 16.19, it's about a single source provider of instructional services for students with disabilities. And I wanted to say that this is very equitable for students with disabilities. As a student board member, I do speak on behalf of all students, and I cannot relate to students with disabilities, but I'm very happy to have this program in place for them, as in the time and age, it's getting very modern and always on technology. So it's the time that it's needed for student, excuse me. In this time and age, having accessible learning tools for every student is necessary, and I'm very grateful to have this program in place.
Any other discussion on either one of those items?
I move to approve item 17.1 and 17.2.
Will we have to do a voice vote?
We probably need to do them one at a time. 17.1.
Well, we're thinking we might have to do a voice vote because she's got it set up. No, she's got it. Okay, so we have
I'll second.
motion by trustee Cowan, second by trustee Mayo. Trustee Fowler, how do you vote?
Yes.
Passes 5-0 with concurrence from our trustee Fowler. Okay. And next would be 17.2.
President Mason, can I just ask, we're having a hard time hearing you without the microphone, so you got to pull that a little closer.
That is never a complaint I have at home ever.
I'm not going there.
Thank you. I'll tell my husband you said so. Okay, so 17.2, do we have a motion?
I motion to approve item 17.2, contract with Apollo, is that how you pronounce it? Empolio is single source provider of instructional services for students with disabilities.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second.
That needs to be corrected.
Yeah, the motion was made by trustee Fowler. And second was by trustee Cameron. Okay, trustee Fowler, how do you vote?
Yes.
Passes 5-0 with concurrence from our school board member. And I think I will entertain a motion to extend the meeting, since I think it's going to probably take us more than 15 minutes to get through the next items.
Let's see, how many items do we have left?
Trustee Mayo is adding the time up, looking at the notes.
Well, we don't have to go all the way to whatever we extend the meeting to. So I move that we approve, I move that we extend the meeting time to 11:15.
11:15? Is that what you think?
Think we can do it
That's
in 1
very
hour?
exact.
I think so.
All right. We have a motion to extend to 11:15. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Oh, we have to do a voice vote on that, I'm sure. We don't have, okay, so trustee Fowler, how do you vote?
Yes.
I feel like saying you can go home if you need to, but I trust you know that. Trustee Mayo, how do you vote?
I'm going to vote no. I think we might.
You need longer?
That's okay.
I vote no.
Okay, trustee Cowan.
I will pull my motion. Trustee Mayo,
No.
why don't you put the time that you?
We can
think
extend
you'll
again
go
if we
to?
need to.
All right, I vote yes.
Trustee McFerrin?
Yes, I'm hopeful.
Trustee Nzewi?
Yes.
Okay, I vote yes. 5-0 plus.
No,
Oh, and excuse me, would you just said no?
I said no.
4-1 with our
I'm
school
just
board.
adding spice to the
No, that's
meeting
good. You're
tonight.
giving us a challenge, so we're up to it, I'm sure. Okay, 19.1, review. We did that? 19.2, review 2021 to 2026 educator effectiveness block grant plan. Dr. Clark.
I'm going to have Ms. Sachs talk about this item.
So good evening. This is the Educator Effectiveness 21-26 Grant Plan. This was something that was included in AB 130. And to follow the theme that Trustee Mason started this evening, is this is one-time funding with strings attached. But it is actually great news for the district, because this is something that we can actually utilize over 5 years. It's $6.3 million, and it's really focused on all types of educator effectiveness and training. So this is not only for certificated staff, or our classified staff as well. This is building our expertise in areas of ensuring that our educators are connected to our students and providing a variety of different supports. The trainings can be anything having to do with standards-based, professional development, training in SEL or trauma-informed instruction. We've identified some funding in order to really improve and increase our hiring and recruitment of Black or BIPOC staff across our district, which is also very, very exciting. So we've got certain details listed in the plan. This plan does need to be brought back for approval at a separate meeting before December 30th. And it is something where we're also identifying fundings that's specifically going to be pushed out to our school sites, where administrators and their leadership teams are going to identify what they might utilize the professional development funds for. They will be submitting a plan themselves, not only with what their plans are with regards to providing workshops and trainings for certificated and classified employees, but also how are they going to measure the effectiveness of the use of the funds, because that is one of the requirements of this grant. So this is here for you for this evening as an informational item, and will be brought back next week, hopefully for approval before December 30th.
All right, any questions?
I do have a couple questions. Just wondering, as we hear from our school sites about the need to have specific tools in order to handle violent incidences on site or conflicts that could happen, I wonder if it's possible to dedicate, I noticed in certain sections, section 4 and 5, there's trauma-informed practices or restorative justice is described in the heading. So whether we will be able to really provide some very specific restorative justice training intentionally district-wide to all staff who are desiring that.
Yes, the intention of actually under area number 4, we do have out of one-time funding, social emotional learning specific counselors that have been working on different types of training specifically for some of the activities and strategies you've just mentioned. What we'd like to do with this level of funding, what we're proposing is after this year, in order to continue their build out. So that's what their main focus would be, to ensure that we constantly have that level of support for our classroom teachers. So they can receive extra support and guidance with regards to restorative justice, restorative practices, as well as trauma-informed instruction or strategies.
Okay, that's section 4 is the one that doesn't start till next school year. So I guess I was just looking at what, are there things that could be provided this year? If that's
Oh,
something
I'm
that
sorry. Yeah, no,
people
those
are looking for?
activities are being provided this year by a variety of current staff members.
Okay.
We've got 2 equity counselors that are actually, well, equity counselors because they're located actually underneath the direction of our assistant director of equity. We also have these 2 SEL counselors that are currently providing that level of support, as well as the really, really strong staff of counselors that are currently supporting our students across the district. I
Okay,
can,
so it's being provided, just not needed through this funding source for this year. is what I'm hearing you
Correct.
say. Okay,
Correct.
Great. And then my other question was around dyslexia identification. I know we have the pilot program with UCSF, but I'm wondering if that, if helping to train our teachers in identification of dyslexia and best practices in terms of teaching reading, maybe one of the strategies that would go under, I believe, item 6, perhaps. So you don't need to answer that tonight, just something that I'm interested in. Thank you.
Any other questions? I had one comment. Under number 5 for the planned activities for training CST and CSEA members, am suggesting that we consider our bus drivers for part of that training. I know that several teachers and parents have shared with me that they have favorite bus drivers, and what they always call out is customer service, the ability of those bus drivers to de-escalate situations and being mindful and supportive of the students. And so I think that might be something, if we can work it out with everyone, that would be helpful.
Something I also like to highlight in the plan is that focus on alignment and coherence of all of our plans. So what we tried to do in each of these sections is really connect it back either to our SACE plan, our SIR report, or also our LCAP, or even our tech plan. There's some verbiage in here and also some supports in that arena as well.
And we will revisit that at our next meeting. Thank you. Okay. 19.3 review and potential approval of the Mount Diablo Unified School District First Interim Report 2021-22. Dr. Clark.
Yeah, so again, I know Dr. Gonzalez and her team have worked tireless on this on this report here tonight. And I just want to reiterate that this is a snapshot in time as of October 31st. And so this is our first interim. This is the most concrete thing that we have at this point. And then we'll be back to present the second interim. And then we'll be back to present the recommended budget in June. So this is the first step of our big budgeting process. But it is a very important document. I wish there were more people here tonight to hear this, but it is what it is. And I want to turn it over to Dr. Gonzalez. And I know what to add. I'm trying to get. Yeah, and Dr. Gonzalez and Mika Arbide.
Arbide.
Arbide. Yes, you're welcome. I've been working on it. I really have.
So what we're going to do this evening is we're going to give you an overview. I know that you've got a copy of the presentation. I know that I put out a video in order to make sure that any of the public that wasn't able to join us this evening would be able to see a lot of this information as well. The first interim is really the first snapshot in time. This is something that is required for us to provide to the County Office of Education. It then goes to the state of California. And it truly is a snapshot in time. So this is what our finances looked like as of October 31st. So as of October 31st, we basically close all our books and we try as quickly as possible to take a look at our expenditures and our revenue. And then we add on to that the current assumptions. And so again, this is a snapshot in time, but it does allow us to look at what's called a multi-year projection. So in public education, a multi-year projection is you always have to look at the current year plus the 2 out years. So we're always looking at 3 years. And then the recommendation that we make tonight, the board will vote on that and for the certification, and then we will send that to the county office for verification. So there are, where did it go? Oh, I guess it's clicking twice. Okay. So there are 3 different types of certifications. They go from the one that you really want to get to the one you don't want to get. So a positive certification means that we can meet our obligations for the current year plus 2 years. Qualified means that we can meet 1 or 2 of the 3. And so that's where we've been for the last 4 or 5 reports. And then negative certification means that you cannot meet 2 or more, and sometimes the current year. So what we've tried to do in this presentation is really provide some overview points, and the ones that I want the board and others watching to most focus in on are the ones with the arrows. So the first one that's probably most important is COLA. That's the cost of living adjustment. And the planning COLA right now states and shows that last year we were at 0%. This year we're at 5.07%, which takes into account last year, this year, and a 1% bonus or super COLA, mega COLA. And then you see in the out years, that's approximately 2.48%, 3.11, and 3.54. And all of this information comes from School Services of California. So this is the dartboard. The dartboard is used by every single school district in the state, and it's basically a set of assumptions that for the most part are coming from the state of California and other indicators, and everybody uses those consistently. The second thing that's important to take a look at here, that second arrow takes a look at the California CPI. That's the Consumer Price Index, and that really looks at the changes over time in prices that are paid on specific consumer goods for urban consumers. So they really take a look at the cost of things like milk and eggs and a bunch of other items. And then the third thing that we want everybody to take a look at, because this has been a hot topic of conversation, it's always discussed at the state level about whether, when there are extra funds, if the governor wants to buy this down, but it has to do with the 2 pension programs that we have in California. The first one being STRS, the State Teachers Retirement System, which is specifically for individuals that are working in our school districts with credentials like teachers, some of our psychologists, counselors, most of our site administrators that are at school sites, as well as many of the instructional services individuals that work at the Dent Center and at Willow Creek. And then we have the PERS rate, and PERS employees are all of our classified employees, so almost everybody else. And then what you see over time is it's important to look at these numbers because these are the numbers that have been escalating really the most over the last few years, which means that if we hire, let's say that if we hire a school counselor, let's say, and their retirement plan is CalSTRS, it means that their salary, approximately 16.15%, is what we pay into the retirement system. And that every single year, you can see that that has been increasing. And so it's something that we have to watch. We're hoping that those numbers are sort of capped out in the future, but it depends on what investments look like in these 2 pension systems. Did I miss anything? Okay. Some notable changes since the adopted budget. So we not only had the adopted budget, but we had the 45-day revised budget because when the state approved its budget, it made some changes that affected all of our budgets. So we took a look at the unduplicated pupil percentage. We're still watching that number because it really relies on the family income forms that we tried to continue from last year. We have some funding changes over time, specifically because our enrollment has changed. So certainly we were very optimistic that many students would come back during the pandemic, and what we've seen in our district as well as statewide is that many of them did not. So that certainly affects us. Our average daily attendance, we are funded not only on our enrollment, but then you take the students that come to school on a daily basis, and we are most certainly seeing with COVID that there has been a drop in that. We are absolutely optimistic that those numbers will go up over time. Our base rate for SELPA, that's for our special education, that was part of a trailer bill. The unemployment rate did decrease from when the budget was originally adopted, as well as the 45-day budget. We did have some carryover, some additional title entitlements or title funding that we received, a specific one-time special education learning grant, and then an increase in our PFC and our PTA groups with additional positions that they have funded for this school year. In taking a look at our projections and our assumptions, we're going to be, I don't remember the exact phrase, absolutely accurate and completely incorrect, which doesn't sound very promising, but you know, every year is built on projections. We make our best guesses using the data that we have available at the time, as far as things like enrollment and average daily attendance. Certainly, we use the COLA that the state provides us, and the COLA changes over time as well. So again, this is a snapshot in time as of October 31st with the assumptions that were present on the dartboard the day that we ran all of our numbers. And so you see, again, some slight changes there in unduplicated pupil percentages, annual step and column, PERS and STIRS increases, health benefits at approximately 5% annually, and our indirect cost for the following year is going to go up. That means that we have services within the district that are not being entirely paid for. And so we're able to take a specific amount of certain funding sources and use those to cover the maintenance of the staff that are required to provide the services for those positions. I'm seeing a question.
Can I just ask a question about the COLA?
Yes.
I remember when I was new on the board, I thought that a COLA was like, you know, if you're at a private company and they say the cost of living allowance, then, and what they usually mean in that sense is just the amount that will automatically apply to all salaries. But the COLA, when the state calls it, I feel like they shouldn't even call it a COLA because it doesn't apply to everything in a school district.
That is correct.
And so we can't actually just pass it through to employees. Is that?
That's the
Am I
correct way
still
to
correct on that?
describe it. And also, we don't get that 5.07% amount on all of the funds that we receive. As a matter of fact, there was a 1% super COLA that was added, but it was not across the board. So for example, in special education funding, that came at 4.07%. So even if we were to try to pass an entire COLA on, we would actually already be deficit spending with that because we didn't get the 5.0% on all of our revenue. So what I want to show here is, for anybody who may have seen the slide, initially it was one slide, but what I did was I broke this into 5, and every single one has a number on it because every slide is going to show something specific that if anybody were to look at a multi-year projection, the 5 most important things that they should look at. So the first one has to do with revenue. And if you see the arrows that are there, what you're seeing in this school year is that we are continuing to anticipate revenue or income coming in of approximately $408 million. But then in the following year, where you see the second arrow, it drops to 358 million. And then the following year, it drops to 366 million. So why is there a drop from the first year to the second year? That's because the drop that we've seen in enrollment of approximately 1,900 students, we've been funded on students that we had that were counted in the 1920 school year. And so we were held harmless during the pandemic. So the state said, no problem, we're going to continue to fund you with the students you had, except that is going away. And there is no indication from Sacramento right now that there will be any change in that. which means that we have to absorb a reduction of about $24 million for the students that have not come back to our district over the last 2 years. And then, of course, you say, well, if we're declining enrollment, why does it go up in the third year? It goes up in the third year because the proposed COLA that you've seen from the dartboard that we've showed here, it continues to play out every year. And so there is an anticipation that the COLA is going to show a few $1 million worth of slight increases in that slide. The second thing that we always want to make sure that we take a look at is the expenditure change over time. And so in our expenditures, we see that in the first year, in this year, we're looking at approximately $415 million worth of spending compared to $388 million compared to $387 million. And so what we want to take a look at is we want to take a look at what that trend is. And the trend is that, yes, we will begin to spend less money. And a lot of that has to do with many of our one-time funds and the fact that they are tied to things that we will no longer have in the district. However, if we go to the next slide where you see the number 3, this is called the overshort. Overshort means, are you overspending or are you underspending? So really what this shows is that in this current year, we are expected to spend $6 million more than we expect to bring in. The following year, it jumps to 29 million. The following year, it decreases a little bit to 20. But what it's saying in each of those years, and because it is red, the indication there is that every single year we are anticipating spending more than we are expecting to bring in. Number 4, really the numbers drop down. And so where you see the arrows, the numbers are pretty similar because we are contributing from the unrestricted funds into the restricted. And so we really don't see much of a difference there. There are some districts that may show a difference there. We don't. So the numbers are still exactly the same, but it is an indicator that in most districts you would really want to take a look at. And then the final one that you see has the number 5 there. And this is called the ending fund balance. The ending fund balance is what is available at the end of a year and what is happening with those trends. So what you see in the first year here is at the end of this year, we are expecting an ending fund balance of approximately $82 million compared to $53 million in the second year, compared to $32 million in the third year, which means that we are continuing to spend down any additional money. So part of the question is, well, why is there additional money? So there's additional money that we know in a given year are tied to programs over multiple years that we can't necessarily spend all of. Some of the other things that I really would like to point out in this budget and specifically in this slide here is the colors that are down on the bottom. I realize a little hard to see, but we try to make sure that we make everything visible and we don't remove any lines here. The line that says other assigned textbook adoption. When we originally did our 45-day budget revision, the number there was much larger. And one of the directives that we were following from the board was we really do want to make sure that as much as possible, we are providing the maximum amount that we think that we can sustain for ongoing raises for staff. And so one of the things that we did was we had a 4-year proposal for textbooks and we reduced that to 2 years. So that's why that number has decreased. The second thing that you see there is the supplemental retirement. So we know that that stays there. We know that the LCFF supplemental, so this is a change this year. And what happens is if we do not spend all of our LCFF, our local control funding formula supplemental funds, they have to move into the next school year and they have to stay exactly the way that they were originally assigned. So they can't go back into the general fund for general use. They have to stay in the area that they were required to stay in. And so we can see that one playing out over time. We also see vacation payout, and that's certainly something that we're working on across the district to ensure that we're having our staff take vacation time, but it is something that we are calling out there. Some of the other things that changed some of our numbers here in order to have 32 million left at the end of this year at the very bottom that you see there that is unassigned. We also removed $12 million worth of something that we were using as deficit mitigation. And what we were trying to do was we were trying to have a softer landing with our deficit spending. And what we did was we had $12 million allocated for that, which meant that over time we would have to do probably less reductions because we could use those funds over a number of years. We pulled out the entire 12 million and have made that available, which means that we have to seriously look at reductions because we don't have that cushion that we had initially built in. We also moved all of our technology costs. We had a technology assignment there specifically for laptops for teachers and for Chromebooks for students. We moved all of that over to COVID one-time funds through ESSER 3, and that was a plan that we brought to you previously. So with those things, it certainly made a notable difference in our ending fund balance, and we really wanted to make sure that we pointed that out. Anything else? No? Okay. The last slide here is that back a few weeks ago, we shared what the current salary offer was to our bargaining groups. And in the process of doing that, we wanted to make sure that since those numbers were already made public, we wanted to show how that plays out over time. And so, going back to the slide before, what we saw in assigned was we saw $32 million assigned for the first year, 21 million, and then 6 million in the third year. So what we've done is we've taken the proposed increases and we have built that into this budget. We have not taken any other reductions other than what we would normally expect, which one of the things that we typically have done year to year is we assume an attrition decrease in FTEs of approximately 7.5 teachers. So we continue to keep that in over the course of time. But what this is showing is that after we provide the raises that are currently on the table in our third year, if we were to have put an assignment in for it right now, it means that we actually would have been qualified in our budget. So we wanted to call this out to be completely transparent to the board as well as to the public that in year 3, if we provided all the raises right now, in order to be positive in our budget again, we would need to make approximately $18 million in reductions over time. What you don't see here and what the public doesn't see is, we always sort of take a look at like, what's that fourth year look like? And so really for us, what it showed is that if we made $10 million worth of ongoing reductions for the upcoming school year and 8 million for the next school year, we could stay positive for the foreseeable future. Again, assuming that our assumptions pan out and that the dartboard is what it is right now. Any questions on those? Okay. Okay. There's always a question of what contributes to an ending fund balance. Why is there money that falls out at the end of the year? And so we, again, want to make sure that we're sharing as much of this as possible. So we had in our beginning fund balance, so entering the last fiscal year, the last school year, we had about $30 million that was in our beginning fund balance. That grew over the year for a number of reasons, but the biggest one still has to do with the pandemic, whether we like it or not. When we started the school year last year, and when we made our budget, a little over a year ago, we made the assumption students were coming back. And then every few weeks, we were hoping that students were coming back, and are they coming back, and are they coming back? And so there are a lot of expenses that school sites were anticipating having. They expected that they were going to be buying paper for the whole year, and they were going to be providing toilet paper for the whole year. And I mean, the whole gamut of the expenses that you normally have in a school year, right? We had budgets for transportation for fuel, and we had tires, and we had all sorts of things that we didn't end up using because we didn't have staff and students on our campuses. So with that said, you can see a little bit of a breakdown here, everything from grade level amounts to field trips. I mean, that total just with our school sites was approximately $2 million. We also have multi-year grants, and we have to acknowledge those multi-year grants the very first year that we get them, and then those funds carry over. So a grant comes in, and if you get $10 million, but you have to spend 2 million over multiple years, it means that you're going to have money that is reserved every year, but it will fall out because you didn't spend it. Why did you not spend it? Because it's multiple years and it's very restricted. The last one is real important to see here in that unrestricted general, and it has to do with $8 million that was added to our budget at the very last minute, because we're required to do something called special education maintenance of effort. It means that if we don't spend $1 more in a school year than we spent the following year in special education, we actually have to give all the money back. Well, it was really hard to be able to provide a lot of the services because we weren't transporting students. And that's really one of our big ones on top of everything else. And so we're at the mind that we don't want to give money back. And so I have to give prompts here to the team from special education, because they worked like crazy to make sure that every single possible expense, and we got super creative with our auditor to say, what can we move in there so we don't have to give money back? Well, that meant that other funds and other things we were covering from our general fund, we could now put into special education. So we knew that money was going to fall out, but it's better to have it fall out than give it back. And then there's a number of other categories here, but what's really important about these is most of these, if you take a look at them, they say restricted on them. They're part of grants, they're part of one-time funding. The lottery funds, thank goodness we had some carryover here, because these funds are being used to fund some of the textbook adoption for this next year, which means we need less general fund money to do that, which is why the previous slide you saw a reduction there. I think the biggest challenge and the biggest misunderstanding is, many people will see this money and they'll say, well, why didn't you put these into other programs? Why aren't you putting them on the salary schedule? 2 reasons. First of all, almost every single one of those is restricted. Second of all, this is one-time funds that are falling out. We also had $8.6 million in carryover, and we really want to explain this one, and we'll continue to message this one over the course of the last week, because again, we are trying to be as transparent as we possibly can. We have money that carries over because for some reason or another, it was not spent. And in these specific ones, there's $8.6 million in carryover that was not spent. A year before that, it was $13.5 million. So we've been able to really work with our teams across the district. However, we were still in a pandemic for almost the entire last school year. So if you take a look at the 8.7 million that's here and you look at all the little asterisks were things that were affected by the pandemic. So $4.7 million of that carryover wasn't able to be spent because it was related to something or an implication of COVID taking place. There's $2.824 million in grants that are also here that are earmarked for specific programs in multi-year grants. So once you start seeing this breakdown, you realize that we can try as much as possible to really spend everything every year that we want to on students, but a lot of these don't afford us that opportunity.
Question?
Yes.
So I'm presuming, and it's always wrong to presume, that the educator effectiveness grant that we will be approving next week is not included in these numbers.
Correct.
Okay. And that again would fall into these grants that are afforded different years. So we would see different numbers in each of those years.
Correct. And that's the perfect example, because it's $6.337 million that's going to be coming in. And the expectation is that it's going to be spent over 5 years. So I'm not entirely sure whether that's coming in one lump sum or whether it will be divvied out year to year. But in any case, if it comes in one lump sum, like some of the AB 86 funds that we've received, depending on when they come in, something comes in June, you can't spend it by the end of June, right? So we will have the same exact challenge in the future of just making sure that we're narrating the fact that this is one-time grant money that came in. It's earmarked for something that the board specifically approved, and that's why you end up with the carryover and ending fund balances.
And hopefully if they distribute it over the period, a certain amount each year, that they actually follow through with funding it, so that it requires us to be mindful and double check that those funds are coming. Because I recall one year there was a grant that the funding fell through on in subsequent years. So
I guarantee if the state isn't giving us the money that we're expecting, we're going to squawk, and then we'll come to all of you and let you squawk with us.
Yeah.
So real quickly, this is an example of the budget cycle. We always try to make sure that we share this because the budget cycle is something that's really ongoing, but it does really start at the beginning of the school year with budget adoption, June-ish. And so right now, we're in the bottom there, in the middle where it says first interim. So again, first interim is a check-in. It's a snapshot in time to say, hey, folks, this is how we're doing. This is what our spending looks like. We now have staff on board. The school year has started. We have an idea as to where we're going. We know exactly what the benefits are going to look like. We know how many people are on our campuses right now, and we know how many students have showed up. So this is the first interim. The next thing that comes up for us, we're eagerly waiting for the governor's budget message that comes out in January. We use all of that information to try to start working on our second interim because new assumptions and new data will come out with that. We then go through the governor's May revisions, and so we really anticipate that next because that's really when the solidification of the governor's January budget message comes true, right? So he'll say, well, I want to do all these things, and then everybody in the state sort of weighs in, including all the legislators, and we like to call that sausage making. And then we will do an estimated actuals in June for what we think the end of the year will look like and what the spending looks like. And then, of course, budget adoption takes place in June. So in summary, a few big points that I'd like to make sure that I raise here, and I'll just keep it to a simple 3. The first one is that we can maintain our 3% reserve, which is really important. Yet we do know that we're going to have to come up with an ongoing plan in order to reduce costs. The second one is certainly want to reiterate that we know that the board is very committed to making sure that salary increases are available for our staff while we continue to live in our means and keeping a positive certification. The third one is that the staff tonight is finally able to recommend, after almost 2 years, a positive certification for our first interim financial report. And so with that, open it up for board discussion. Amika and I are happy to answer any questions that you may have, or you may just move to making a motion to approve the staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Any questions? If not, I will entertain a motion, but go ahead if you have questions.
Just 2 things. First of all, congratulations on the positive certification. This is something we've been working towards for a long time, and it's really important, not only for our fiscal health, but for, I believe, our bond ratings and other things depend on that certification as well. So I want to thank everyone who made that possible because that's really important for us. And secondly, I just wanted to point out the LCFF supplemental funds that were carried over from last year. I know it was tricky to spend funds when we were in distance learning, but as we were just talking earlier about the site councils and the site plans, I would recommend that all of our site teams really take a look at that if they are receiving LCFF supplemental dollars to make sure they have a very specific plan for spending that money this year. Those dollars are really intended for specific groups of students who really need it. And we need to be mindful of that and make sure that we are spending those dollars. The state has changed the regulations so that, as you said, they don't just roll over into general fund. When they roll over into the following year, they're still specified for those needs. So I think it's important that all of our teams, site teams, whether it's parents, teachers, students with the principal, are really making intentional plans, not just generally how to spend the funds, but what specifically each year they're going to spend them on.
Okay.
If I may, can I just make a closing comment? I just want to I want to thank Dr. Gonzalez and Ms. Arbelby. Did I get that? Yeah. So a lot of time and effort went into this work here. I have the utmost confidence in Ms. Arbelbide and her staff. She is very dedicated to this and works very hard to ensure that the district has the resources to support everyone, all of our stakeholders within this district. This is complicated stuff. We oftentimes we speak to empty rooms like what we're speaking to now. So we made sure that I personally emailed this entire presentation to the entire district so that every employee had access to this. And we also sent it out in our Friday letter that made it public to the community weeks beforehand. And we didn't ask for an extension on the first interim. We were on time. We were actually, we were able to present it before it was even due to Laura, who keeps us very on track of getting the agenda posted. But a lot of effort went into this, and I understand the emotions that are tied up right now that we're all going through, and that our staff is going through, and our labor partners and things like that. I fully understand that. But our number one goal here as a board and as a superintendent is that we remain solvent so that we can continue to support our students. We are going to give a raise to our employees. We are committed to that. The board has said that since day one, and we are going to work. We're going to work as hard as we can to see that happen. But again, as I said before, our commitment is to our students and to make sure that we still have a district with local control, and that is the school board, that you still have control to be able to make these very important decisions. And so, again, I want to thank the entire business team for the work that they're doing and for being so transparent during this very challenging time. So again, thank you.
Pleasure of the board.
I make a motion to approve the first interim report with a positive certification.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
Okay, there it is. Passes 5-0 with a concurrence with our student trustee. Next, we have school year calendar. Dr. Clark.
Yeah, so this is an item that we're bringing forward. I have Mr. Sheehy, who is going to present this item. I know he's been working with our labor partners in different groups to look at these calendars, and he's going to present this information to you.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring forth two drafts of a calendar, one draft for next year and another draft for the following year. Just a little bit about what went into the creation of the calendars. At the end of October, we sent out a survey to all our families and staff, and we had over 4,000 responses to that survey, which I was very happy to see. 69% of the responses were in favor of us ending the first semester before winter break, which means that we have to start earlier in August to make that happen. And only 12% felt like that was a bad idea. We had a question in there about ending on December 23rd for winter break all the way up, which 65% of the people felt like that was not the best of ideas. So we took a look at that. The data showed that we wanted more 3-day weekends rather than 4-day weekends. And then we had an idea of building in inclement weather days. 52% of the survey wanted built in, 32% wanted them at the end of the year, and the rest had no opinion. We had 860 comments, and kind of the overall theme were why smoke days when we can do school on Zoom. I like having school start earlier so we get much before state testing. And then another common thing was stop starting school so early in August. A week off is better than random days here and there. Please match surrounding school district calendars. So taking that feedback from the community and the staff that they inputted the 4,000, we comprised a calendar committee, and we met with the calendar committee on November 8th. And we were able to share 2 draft calendars for each of the 2 years. So a total of 4 calendars were shared at that committee meeting. Each bargaining unit, with the exception of CSEA, had representation on the committee. Student services, ed services were present, as well as we had an elementary, middle, and high school principal were also represented. Input was gathered from the committee. We looked at the split of the semesters, 90-90. We had it, if we went all the way up to the 23rd of December, it could be an even split, 90-90. But then the feedback of the committee was, hey, you know what, we actually want more days in the second semester because we lose days to graduation, we lose days to state testing. And so we looked at that balance as well. Based on the feedback from the committee, I created a calendar for each of the 2 years. So 1 calendar for 22-23, 1 calendar for 23-24. We then took that to ed services to make sure that that matched the instructional calendar. We wanted to make sure that that coincided with our grading, our timelines, and all those different things. I know that we had a lot of conversation of like, okay, where do we end? How do we end the day? Do we make it into June? Well, if we don't make it into June, then our employees don't make it to 11 months. And so there's a fiscal impact to the district if we don't go into June. And so that is one of the reasons why we want to make sure that we do finish in June. Now looking at it, in the conversation at the calendar committee, there was concern around the inclement weather days. So we pulled those out. We pulled those out for the drafts, but in doing so, and looking at surrounding districts as they're coming out with, they're putting inclement smoke days in there, and talking with surrounding districts, there's worry about not getting their, if we missed a day, not getting their J13 approved for that day from the state. So we do want to go in, we do understand that adding any smoke days to the end of the calendar or built into the calendar, that is a negotiable item. And so we will be sitting down with our labor partners before I bring back a final draft to negotiate the addition of those days. Okay. Are there any questions?
I just appreciate that October 10th is still, or Indigenous Peoples' Day is still a day off for students. I'm glad to see that. The only thing that I don't see on here that I've heard, but was not maybe reflected in the survey, was the day after Halloween.
So
Always being a challenge.
That was something that that we did look at. It doesn't match up with our instructional calendar though. With, I believe it is, and I don't have it perfectly memorized. I want to say the end of the first trimester is that Friday. So that really messes up for assessments. It was definitely something considered, and it was definitely a conversation had within the committee. And I did see that in the comment from the community.
Any other questions or comments?
So when will this be brought back to the board?
So my hope was to have it next week, but we're going to be sitting down with our labor partners and doing some negotiations. So I'm hoping to bring it back in January.
Okay. And will this be promoted in the Friday letter in some way so parents can look at it again,
To see the 2 draft calendars? Yeah. we can do that.
possibly?
Mhm.
Thank you.
Do you foresee the smoke days changing the first day of school?
I do not.
Okay, because I think that's the biggest question I've gotten
Yeah.
is the first day of school for next school year.
Mhm.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that takes us to our last item, review and potential approval of the update of the board policy 5141.52, suicide prevention, which came to us before for information, I believe. And now it's action.
I like it.
Dr. Clark, did you have anything to add?
No, I was just going to see if there's any questions. I have Dr. Gilly here if there's any questions.
Any questions? Look like it.
I make a motion to approve board policy 5141.52, suicide prevention.
I'll second.
I saw your thumbs up there. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Trustee Fowler?
Yes.
All right. And that passes 5-0 with concurrence from our board member.
I just want to say thank you for all of your time and efforts on this. I think it's a really important update for us to have made. So thanks.
Matt, we don't have anything closed session.
Signatures. Are we signing the document tonight?
Are we signing the document tonight? Nope. Do that the next meeting? Hmm? Oh, Tuesday? Right. Is it a Tuesday or is it? Oh, I didn't even notice that. I have the date on, just not the, didn't pay attention to the date. Okay, so any future agenda items, you can forward those to Dr. Clark. And we are adjourned.
Yay, congratulations.
Bye.
I know. By 11.
But we
Good
really
job,
appreciate it.
everybody.